Hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome one, welcome all to the second TRC Legends of Runeterra Invitational for Winter 2020. Uh, I am your host, James, co-commentated by Chris,
Hello.
and we are so happy for anyone tuning into the stream, either now or later on in the day or watching as VODs. We're very excited to bring back this installation. But for those who have watched it before, things are going to be a little bit different this time. Let's look at the bracket, and we see that there are only 4 people in the bracket. These are not actually people; these are teams. The Borble Boys, captained by Case, the previous champion. He or All My Homies Hate Ionia, captained by Henry. Gromp, captained by Christopher, and the Jumping Jackrabbits, captained by me. These teams are going to face off head to head, and then the winner of both of these head to heads will be playing against each other to determine who winds up being the ultimate winner. The way that this is going to work is we will have all 3 different competitors from both teams playing against each other at once. So Connor, the 3rd seed of the Borble Boys, will be playing against Ben, the 3rd seed of Amhi. Shay will be playing against Sky, and Case will be playing against Henry, all congruently. But we are going to be focusing on one game at a time. So for the first game, we're going to be watching just Connor and Ben. If they wind up getting finished early, then we'll move on to Shay and Sky, or Case and Henry. And then for the second game, we'll be watching Shay versus Sky. And for the third game, we'll be watching Case versus Henry, our marquee matchup for this match. After you win your own personal best of 5 against your opponent, that gives your team a point. The first team to 2 points will wind up winning the match and moving on to the finals. So, for example, if Case triumphs against Henry in his best of 5 and Connor triumphs against Ben in his best of 5, then even if Sky wins her best of 5, the Borble Boys will still be the team advancing to the finals. With that out of the way, let's look at some decks, and we will go ahead and start with Connor's deck, who is going to be playing against Ben in our first match. Chris, do you have any thoughts on this?
So Connor, he's playing a very traditional Fiora Shen deck with a few additions. We're seeing Cythria of the Bold and Screeching Dragons as a 3 of and Cythria as a 2 of. We're also not seeing a full set of Greenglade Caretakers. I really like this sort of twist on the deck. I find Greenglade Caretakers and units similar that like have low toughness but grow as you do something, but only in the power. Those units end up seeming scary, but are usually easily removed by a number of different factions of Runeterra, whether it's Mystic Shot. There are like a lot of answers to them. So I think a larger, go wide strategy with Cythria and the Screeching Dragons just to sort of challenge things out and get the Fury stacks, I think that's a smart way to play it.
Yeah, you also got to keep in mind that, like you were alluding to earlier, those little units that their attack winds up growing actually synergize really well with Barrier because it makes it a lot harder for them to be removed. Interestingly enough, in this deck, though, we are missing the Prismatic Barrier that I feel like was such a staple for this deck, because we actually saw this deck brought by multiple different competitors in the last tournament. This Prismatic Barrier 3-mana burst to give a unit barrier is just missing from this deck. In fact, the only fast ways to give a minion barrier are the 2 copies of Riposte and the 2 copies of Spirit's Refuge. Now, we still have the Shen and the Brightsteel Protector, and of course, when you get into the late game, you have Brightsteel Formation. But against an aggressive deck like Ben's, I think the question is, are those slow ways of putting on barrier going to be fast enough to get in value when you're going into combat? And I think we're going to have to see in the matchup.
Yeah. Also with this deck, I find, especially with only having Riposte and Spirit Refuge as your like spell effect ways to get barrier onto creatures, even with Prismatic Barrier, those three those are 3 and 4 mana spells, and you want to be playing really on curve with this deck. And I find that when going against this deck, it's hard for them to do everything they would want in a turn. So wanting to hold up a Spirit Refuge to either gain life or give something barrier or both in combat is very hard when you need to be playing your 4 mana Laurent Chevalier or your 5 mana Screeching Dragon the same turn. So I think against a removal heavy deck, it's definitely more difficult to play this style of barrier strategy.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And cycling back to your point about playing on curve, we're actually seeing only 2 Fleet Feather Trackers and 2 Greenglade Caretakers, which is a really interesting tech because I feel like one of the greatest strengths of this deck is your ability to go Fleet Feather or Caretaker on 1 into Brightsteel on 2. You're curving out really strong into your turn 3 and turn 4 champions. But this deck is actually teched a lot heavier into the later game, right? We see Sithria the Bold, 2 of Brightsteel Formation, 2 of, which are really good against mid-rangey decks that struggle to close out the game because Brightsteel Formation can just be such a powerhouse in that matchup. But against Ben's more aggressive deck, I think Connor has a chance to get seriously punished by missing a 1-drop and just having Ben be able to get in for damage, maybe drawing a Brightsteel Formation and it not coming into play before his Nexus is low enough to just get burned out. But that being
and we can look at this curve as well with Connor's deck and see how heavily skewed it is towards 4/5, like towards 4 mana with the Deny, Riposte, Spirit Refuge, and the Shen.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's definitely like you want to be curving, but having such a heavy curve towards the end may lead to some heavy hands and losing the board a little bit earlier, which in turn, with this deck, you want to be on the board quickly. So I think that may be a weakness in Connor's deck.
I agree, especially against Ben's deck. I think that a bit of a weaker early game curve might be easily punishable. Let's use that to segue to Ben's deck. Shanty's Slap, a Noxus Bilgewater aggro deck running Misfortune and Gangplank as their champions. Now this is an interesting take on aggro because in Runeterra, there are kind of 2 regions that go together really well to form aggressive decks, right? Those being Noxus, which we see here, and Piltover and Zon. Because of these minions that they can swing in, even if they get blocked and killed, they're still dealing direct damage to the Nexus. Stuff like Boom Crew Rookie, right?
Legion Saboteur.
Yeah,
Legion Predator. Imperial Demolitionist. All these cards are ways to get in damage even though you may not be connecting with the Nexus.
Exactly. And those tools from Piltover and Zon that we typically see, stuff like Get Excited. And again, those Broom Crew Rookies, Mystic Shot, yeah, they're being replaced with a what I want to call somewhat more value-oriented mid-rangey strat with the Gangplanks and the Zap Spray Friends for Noxus. It looks like that this is an aggro deck that is built around scaling into that mid game after getting on a really good start, instead of maybe focusing more on burn, simply because that top end does appear to be more around drawing your cards and maintaining a board presence going into turn 5, as opposed to typical aggro decks where you might see them by turn 5 they're giving up their minions just to get in that additional Nexus damage and then winning the game out through incidental burn.
Yeah, I think he's really giving up maybe the direct damage for the direct damage and sort of removal spells from Piltover for the perhaps stronger minions in Bilgewater and Jagged Butcher, which is a 1-drop, could be a 3/3.
Yeah.
Just very strong tempo. And we see the Misfortune and the Gangplank. In the champion slot, I think Misfortune is very strong. You really want to be attacking every turn, and I think having these cards that don't mind being killed lets you continuously trigger her. And Gangplank is just a really great sort of 5-drop and can remove things off the board willy-nilly.
Yeah, it gives you overwhelm, gives you a barrel that helps with your burn. And I really like the Misfortune of the Crackshot Corsair, because what I was talking about earlier with the Bilgewater minions that get value from just attacking, even if they're getting blocked, Crackshot Corsair and Misfortune kind of make all of your minions have that ability of, like, when it attacks, it'll deal direct Nexus damage, so you don't really mind it being eaten, which winds up being the case when you go up against maybe a barrier deck that's going to use barrier in combat to eat your minions, essentially, not lose their own by blocking your attackers. So I would say, going into this, I would give Ben the upper hand in a pretty major way. But I still think that, with proper piloting, Connor could probably take this.
Yeah. We can also make note of the 2 copies of Captain Farron just right at the top end. A lot of direct damage means you don't have to attack directly into the Spirit Refuge. You can really get off that burst damage and have a very strong minion for the late game and just triple decimate somebody in the face with perhaps a Gangplank barrel or 2.
Yeah, enough reach to even beat like a Brightsteel Formation or a Sithra, I would say.
Yeah.
So with that out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and give our competitors the signal, and we're going to go to the spectator to have them going ahead and start up their games. Here comes the challenge.
The challenge.
Oh. Fisher Swamp in chat with the new PogChamp. You love to see it. Okay, our first match of the tournament, Connor versus Ben. Let's see if this is going to be a momentum gainer for either of the teams, because winning any of these best of fives is good. And we see immediately from Connor a pretty weak hand. Like we said, it's kind of missing a lot of those early drops. Ben right now, I can tell you, has a Crackshot Corsair, Legion Saboteur, Dreadway Deckhand, and Misfortune that he's debating behind mulliganing. And we see Connor find the Greenglade Caretaker turn 1 and the Brightsteel Protector turn 2.
Yeah, and Fiora turn 3 to cap that all off. You really want to see perhaps another barrier come in the first 3 turns for Connor here. It's a pretty easy turn 1 Legion Saboteur for Ben, and we see the response with the Great Caretaker.
Connor is actually just going to block here, which is interesting, and I don't necessarily hate it, because against these Noxus burn decks, protecting your Nexus might even be good enough, might even be worth getting rid of that very powerful 1-cost unit.
Yeah, Legion Saboteur can end up getting in for 3, perhaps 6, or even 9 damage if you let it survive, and we know that Connor doesn't have a lot of direct damage. However, he will be missing this barrier on Brightsteel Protector that he really wants to play right now. He's going to pass with 2 open spell mana, and Ben is just going to play a Deadway Deckhand,
yeah. But by
just increasing his tempo.
I would not have passed there. By just playing that Brightsteel, even though you're missing out on the barrier, that gives you a free kill on that barrel, because Ben has no mana to respond. You get to play that, you get to pull in the barrel, get your kill on, and then he loses value off of that 2/2.
Yeah, and if Ben plays the Misfortune here, he essentially gets a free attack if Connor plays the Brightsteel, because Misfortune will kill the Brightsteel with the barrel and her pass.
Yeah, and even if he plays Fiora here, Fiora will also get killed by the 2/2 if he swings in with that, which is not what you want to get out of this Fiora. You want to be using it to challenge those little units that give value off of attacking, to actually prevent them from attacking themselves. And in Connor's hand, we're seeing him really be punished for including the amount of top end that he does. Like I mentioned, drawing this Brightsteel Formation and the Sithra the Bold is really going to be punishing for him as he moves forward in this game, and he just is missing some of those early drops. Going into next turn, he's going to be lacking in spells. Granted, he does have the barrier into single combat, which is going to be pretty large.
Yeah, and I think just in a free attack with Misfortune, you don't even have to really attack with Misfortune because of her passive. It just protects the deckhand so much he can't. Connor can't block with Fiora trying to get the kill. And
Yeah, that's exactly right. So what I want to see here is utilizing the barrier on the Fiora and then using the Fiora's challenge or perhaps the single combat to get value out of that barrier. Maybe take out this Misfortune before she can do even more damage. Because even though Connor's hand is awkward, he's actually not in a terrible spot in this game. Being at 15 health on your Nexus going into turn 4 and turn 5 is pretty good against these Noxus burn decks. Granted, like I mentioned, Ben's deck is built better to scale into those later game turns, but it looks like Connor's going to do some work thinning the board here, and it might spell disaster for Ben if he can't get online. Yeah, this barrier is going to be killer.
yeah, we really want to see Connor preserve his board, ready for the Cythria in 2 turns. That's something that's such a large play that really needs a wide board to see, and we're seeing a full swing from Connor.
Yeah, I almost don't like that because of what you mentioned. He has the Cythria and the Brightsteel formation that just benefits so heavily off of having a full board. Even though, against the aggro deck, typically you want to be clearing off their minions before they get a chance to attack because of Misfortune triggers and this Crackshot Corsair triggers. Still, though, your Cythria is coming out in a couple turns, and even, especially if you don't draw a minion to play next turn, you just want the board as full as possible. But this actually works out really well for Connor. Ben having that Noxian Fervor in hand is one of the ways that aggro decks can actually stabilize, and we see him using Noxian Fervor. Now, Connor can single combat here to get another kill on his Fiora. Yeah, perfectly played by Connor, spotting that single combat can basically negate what Ben is trying to do. And despite this awkward draw, it looks like Connor is really setting himself up to win, either through just controlling the board and sheer Nexus damage, or just by Fiora challenging and killing 2 more units. This Zap Sprayfin suddenly becomes a liability to play.
Yeah. However, Gangplank is strong, but without many alternate damage sources, it sort of just becomes weaker. It is, however, a 5/5 and cannot be killed by Fiora right off the bat.
But importantly, summons a barrel, which is fodder for Fiora. I mean, granted, he can get rid of that barrel using the Noxian Fervor. Still. And yeah, I think that the fact that it's a 5/5 and just can't be killed by Fiora is like just really good for Ben, regardless of it having Overwhelm or it summoning the barrel. The thing is that Deny in hand from Connor, pretty much the only spell that's going to hit in the deck is the Noxian Fervor. So if he winds up not playing Cythria and holding up mana for the Deny, that could just be curtains for Ben. I don't think he will, because Cythria is such a strong drop just on turn 6, and Ben passes without even attacking.
Yeah, what could have been a free attack, thinning the board for Cythria, and we see the rally. So he can go Cythria, attack, rally, and that's a really strong play rate.
Yeah, I think that Connor's actually playing this really smart by holding the Deny. He knows that he's ahead on board against the aggro deck right now, and he is not the one who is pressured to... or he doesn't feel pressured to put on the pressure against Ben. He knows that if this game just goes long, then he will wind up winning it. So all he's doing is, he has the Deny. He wants to lock Ben out of this game. Now, if Ben sees this, he could actually might on his barrel to kill the Fiora. And that is going to be huge for Ben. That's a massive swing.
Okay, he hovers it. We might see the might come out.
Yeah, and that effectively gets rid of the value from Deny, and you're looking at Connor's hand now, and he just doesn't have anything to do. Like, he will draw a spell off of this 2/2 striking the Gangplank.
Yeah, but
And
again, his spells are all highly costed.
he actually can kill the Gangplank here, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
So right now Connor's in a great position with the Cithria and the Brightsteel formation. They have really powerful effects, but they're also just huge bodies that can get in the way of Ben's plans.
Yeah, can really block these low-cost minions from Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's hand also, while it's high-costed, it's still low power and toughness, meaning these plays earlier would have been more high impact, but into a Cythria, into a Brightsteel formation, a 2/2 elusive isn't really doing that much.
Yeah. I agree with you. Now, Ben does have the Misfortune plus Zap Spray Fin combo, so we can just drop the Misfortune, swing in with Zap, get that 3 damage in, because he can't block, Connor, can't block the elusive unit,
Mm-hmm.
which is a huge silver lining here, like, over the dark cloud that is Ben's future in this game. It looks like Connor has maneuvered this deck pretty well. And going into a Brightsteel formation with a rally in the back is just going to be backbreaking here.
Yeah. So we want to see an attack, a pass to have max spell mana, drop Brightsteel, see a rally as well.
Yeah, I also wouldn't just be surprised to see him single combat the Misfortune here if Ben winds up not blocking the 4/3 with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Ben is actually going to take this block. I actually don't necessarily agree with swinging with the 4/3 because Brightsteel formation is so much better when you have multiple minions on board. Brightsteel formation, of course, 9 mana, 9/9. When you play it and whenever it attacks, you give all of your units barrier.
We also might see a single combat from Cythria attacking towards Misfortune.
Yeah, he opts not to. I'm surprised. It could be that he's just waiting to see what other minions Ben is going to play. For example, if he has a second Misfortune, then he would like to single combat that instead. Mm-hmm. But with 2 single combats in hand, maybe you just want to do it against a Zap Spray Fin here. Because even though Connor looks like he's ahead right now, if Ben has direct damage, a couple of decimates in his hand, then Connor's Nexus going down to 10 is not what he wants.
Yeah, Ben could draw a Captain Farron, which creates the large minion to block, as well as creating the decimates in hand for all the direct damage.
Yeah, and I really like this single combat here. If you don't do it now, then you're running into spots where, when else are you gonna do it? You know.
Mm-hmm. The Make It Rain.
Really, just out of desperation. It feels like, one more damage on the Nexus. You really don't. Oh, and to get the Plunder proc to make your minion a 3/3.
3/3.
So if he just full swings next turn, that would actually be really awkward for Connor because he has the choice to give up his Cythria to block the 3 or 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Ben really does not want to play the Zap Spray Fin, giving Connor the chance to play Brightsteel formation and burying up both of his minions, and he does. It is 2 confirmed damage, but I guess the Noxian Fervor is also good.
Yeah.
But here we go. I mean, the Brightsteel formation should lock this game out.
Brightsteel, just such a strong card. Applies barrier twice every turn. Or once when it comes down, and then...
whenever you have the attack chip.
Yeah.
Yeah, a very powerful card. I'm surprised to see this game going this late. I mean, if it's going this late, then you pretty much know that Ben is not in a good position, right? His deck is built around beating the opponent early.
Mm-hmm.
But we are just not seeing that right now, unfortunately, for Ben.
Yeah.
I mean, he can get Connor's Nexus down to it would be down to 6, which then there would be no card in his deck that still wins in the game. And not even Connor isn't even giving him the chance. I really like how much Connor has prioritized his Nexus's health in these matchups, like oftentimes in competitive card games, you kind of learn early on to use your health as a resource, let the attack in sometimes to get advantageous trades.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but against these Noxus burn style decks, your Nexus can just drop so quickly that preserving any and all HP on it, I think, is a strong move. So I'm glad to see Connor prioritizing this, and it's giving me hope for him moving forward in this matchup.
Of course.
Opting to Noxian Fervor, I think that this is a really good call. He winds up killing Cythria here.
Yeah, that plunder trigger for the Jagged Butcher off the previous turns.
But this is going to be it.
Secret Rain. Yeah, I'm thinking we're just going to see a full swing. Yeah.
Yep, and there it is. Connor takes game 1. And we can go ahead and move over to Sky and Shay's game, because I would really like to see how this is going on. Oh, it looks like their game also already wrapped up. Sky just taking the victory. So that is 1 win for Henry's team, 1 win for Case's team, and we will move over to Case versus Henry instead. So this is Case on the bottom and Henry on the top. And it's looking like Henry is actually going to primed to take this match against Case with his large minion deck. Now Case does have Hush in hand.
And his Draven cannot die. But Henry's hand is just honestly backbreaking coming into the next few turns. Just dropping large unit after large unit, Garen, Aurelion Sol, the Judgment combo as well. Garen being able to strike multiple times across multiple minions is very good.
Yep, this is not looking super good for Case right now.
Look, everyone, Captain Dog.
And so it looks like the hopes here resting kind of on Connor for Case's team. Case was the champion of the last Invitational, and I shouldn't speak too soon because I know that with these buff style decks, you know, you wouldn't be remiss to see him deal 20 damage in one shot, but you know, without elusive here, and they kind of just gonna be able to block and seal out this game.
Yeah, and
he can just drop Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, you really wanted to play that stun, but if you play the stun, Henry's just able to drop Aurelion Sol.
Yes.
So Case has to use the burst spells. He will get in for at least 8 damage with the overwhelm, but
yeah. 2 more spinning axes in hand. Henry opting to sacrifice his Garen just to keep 1 more health on his Nexus. But down comes Aurelion.
And he had drawn another Garen that had turned into Garen's Judgment in his hand, so not even a remorse losing
he should just be able to full swing here, in case won't. Oh, and he already has. Yeah, he should just be able to full swing here. But playing the Garen would be a big mistake because Case has the stun 2 units, I believe, right? Or is that just stun? Yeah, stun 2 enemies.
Yeah.
So Henry actually still can win this by dropping a minion. It would gain a Challenger, and then he can challenge in the Draven and get in with his Aurelion Sol.
Yeah, he could also Pale Cascade the 3/2.
Yeah. So it looks like Henry has this game as well.
Yeah, Case doesn't have very minions to block. We might see something off this invoke, but it only invokes Celestial 7 or more, so we're going to see Henry take the win here, swinging in with large Aurelion Sol damage.
Yep, Case just letting it happen, and there we go. Okay, so some pretty decisive games. It seems like they all wrapped up at around the same time. Let's look at our standings now. We have the Team Amhi up 2-1 against Team Burble Boys. which is exciting. I mean, Sky, I know, was mentioning some troubles that she was having um, against Shay's deck in the past, so it's cool to see her win one, and I'm really interested to see how the decks play against each other when we watch them in the featured match next game. Okay, so we can go over Shay and Sky's deck now, then?
Sure.
We'll just get started with Shay's deck, or Shay's golden cock of a deck, as he has dubbed it.
Oh, Lord.
Which is an Ezreal Twisted Fate, Bilgewater, Piltover, and Zon, draw heavy, kind of combo, kind of control, kind of burn style deck. We talked about this deck briefly before, Chris. What are your thoughts when you first see this deck? What are your first impressions?
So, previously to, like, while decks were being created and tinkered with, Shay made the comment that he doesn't enjoy meta decks, and this is definitely not a meta deck where there are a lot of different, more fun or exciting cards versus strong. I mean, there are definitely cards that exist that are good, but it's definitely not the most meta deck. There are a lot of sort of draw cards, but no real draw payoffs, I don't feel. And there's no real end game with only one Plaza Guardian and 2 Wiggly Burblefish, which is the Shay's team's mascot, I'm assuming. I personally, when I was reviewing this deck, I would have liked to see a Victor come in, maybe just as a 2 of moving all champions, Ezreal, Twisted Fate, and a Victor 2, 2, and 2, or just some more created card synergy, just something to fill in the spell slots that you need to trigger Ezreal, as well as being able, like, having enough gas to sort of continue to pump spells out.
Yeah, I agree with you. When we're looking at this deck, it feels like you've got a really consistent package of drawing and controlling, but without a clear path forward. Without a clear win condition would be, I think, the term that is often used in these decks, right? Where with these draw heavy packages, you might see Shadow Isles teched in to use Go Hard as a win condition, or you might see Victor with Nyandroid and the bot to scale into huge units going into the late game and eventually getting elusive or trample on your Victor. But we don't really see those clear paths forward in this deck. Now, I do know that Shay and Case have teched this deck a lot and done a lot of practice and refining, because it has had Victor in it at one point, but they wound up opting to go for this Ezreal Twisted Fate mechanician instead. So I would be really interested to see how it plays out and see how it actually does plan to win the game. The only way that I can see right now is maybe Ezreal leveling up and then just going straight up for a burn package of you're using your damage spells early to control the board, but as you go into the later game, you're going to be using your damage spells to just go face and take the game there through incidental damage and elusives combined with your burn.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, last meta, there was a certain combo strategy with Ezreal Karma. Karma would have, I think, been another good champion to have, being able to use Deny, as well as being, when she evolves, to double up your burn spells, double up your Ezreal fleeting mystic shots, and I think would create a smoother end game pathway for Shay. But right now, this is sort of all I'm seeing.
Yeah, I agree. I like we touched on earlier, it just feels like this has a consistent package that's missing a few key cards and concepts. But we'll have to see how it performs in game. With that, we can move over to Sky's deck, which is a Callista aggressively notched They Who Endure deck. What are your thoughts on this deck, Chris?
So They Who Endure is I think a strong top end, but needs a lot of setup and sort of some time to get ahead. Like, you want to be playing on curve, but if you draw either a They Who Endure early, or even I've seen times where They Who Endure will be played on curve, but the setup isn't there, and even by turn 7, They Who Endure is only coming down as a 5/5 or a 6/6. So if you know how to play against this deck properly, if you know not to kill things or to trade absent-mindedly with the Callista deck, you can sort of play around the They Who Endure. They Who Endure is also just such it's like it's the only card sort of that will be the large finisher for the deck. And while Callista could be resummoning it every turn, that's sort of the peak of this deck, where Callista attacks, summons They Who Endure, who's just getting stronger as things die. It's sort of hard to get there. To keep Callista on the board is difficult as well without the champion resummoner unit that will resummon a champion.
Yeah, I actually really like this deck. I think it's really elegantly designed. I can tell that Henry and Sky have probably put a lot of thought into the design of this deck, because I'm seeing these pretty much the most efficient and straightforward cards that have been put in here, without a lot of mistakes. I would say the Ravenous Butcher is the only questionable card that I would maybe think about doing something else in. But I feel like this deck can play really strong if the person piloting it is playing it well. And I don't know if you remember, but in the summer, Sky was actually a surprise contender. She had been, going into it very pessimistically, not thinking that she would make it out, thinking that she would get last seed, she wouldn't even win a game. But piloting decks similar to this and a different Noxus aggro deck, she wound up making top 4, which I think surprised everyone, including herself, with upsets, including Emma. She knocked Emma out of winners immediately, and Emma had been practicing this game for, a long time, pretty much more than anyone else. So I'm definitely really excited to see Sky pilot this deck.
Yeah.
I would sorry, go ahead.
I think that this deck is sort of this is like the skeleton to build things on, and because it's such a solid skeleton, and Callista and these Shadow Isle creatures and spells, that it's just very you could have there's many things you could have built on top of this. You could have added Hecrims and and units that will kill themselves, or you could have put in Elises just to fill in the 2 slot a little bit better. But honestly, this deck is very this is my game plan, and when I hit the They Who Endure, it's just going to be crazy.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that in terms of matchup, if we're looking at Shay's deck, it's lacking hard removal, right? A lot of its removal is damage based, which just falls victim to They Who Endure so heavily, because you're not going to kill this with gotchas and mystic shots. If it gets dropped on turn 7 and it's like a 10-10 or an 11-11, Shay has Twisted Fate to stun it. But aside from that, I just don't see a great way in his deck list to deal with a big They Who Endure coming out in the mid game. So we're gonna have to see. With that, I think that our competitors are all squared up and ready, so we are going to give them the go ahead to get started. And we might have to wind up picking up the pace with some of these deck techs, because we do have Clash later on today, which I'm looking forward to.
Woo!
And we are seeing Shay readying up, and we are going to hop into this game. After seeing the first of the games, Chris, do you have a prediction on which team is going to come out ahead?
I feel like Henry's team will prevail. I think that because of the deficit sort of between how Shay's deck and Sky's deck interact, I think Sky is a clear favorite in this matchup, and I think Henry's deck just has such a strong top end against Case's deck. Even we saw Case with such a strong board and such a large Draven, and even that couldn't get past Henry's Grand Plaza and Aurelion Sol. So I think Henry's team may have it sort of scooped, but we have to see in this last matchup versus Henry and case, how
Yeah.
it shuffles out.
I'm really interested in how the Henry versus Case matchup goes, because I came into this saying that Henry has the best deck against all three of ours. I think he has a winning matchup against all three other teams in Seed 1, so he's going to really need Sky and Ben both to step up. Sky already having a win, so if Sky wins this and Ben starts doing well, or excuse me, Case is really going to need Shay and Connor to step up if he wants a chance to bring this out. I think that he is definitely at a disadvantage state. But enough with the matchups. Let's talk about this game. Sky with a really awkward opener. This is an aggressively bented deck, and seeing 2 Glimpse Beyond, 1 Unspeakable Horror, I believe is what it's called. You want to be having a 1-drop into 2-drop in this deck, and instead she plays nothing on turn 1, she passes. On turn 2, she just is digging for a minion, and now she's kind of left with this awkward-ish hand with a lot of minions that can sacrifice themselves.
I think we are going to see a strong play out of here. Shay not being able to capitalize this hard on her sort of slow start, where you might see, we saw the Bark Beast into Curse Keeper into Ravenous Butcher come out so strong. Bark Beast turning into I think a 3/3, the Curse Keeper turning into a 3/4 when it dies, and Ravenous Butcher. Yeah, I think she's going to have a strong swing right here, unless Shay can sort of shoot something with this fleeting Mystic Shot.
Yeah, the thing is, he can definitely take out that Bark Beast with this Mystic Shot, but he decides not to. I think he was going to do it in response to Sky sacrificing that 1/1, but the 3/2 sacks at instant speed. So Shay can now use the Mystic Shot to kill the 3/2, obviously, but he would have rather killed that 1/1 when he had the chance, right? Because now he's left with a 3/3 instead of a 3/2 on Sky's board.
Yeah, it's a lot harder sort of to kill. I would really like to see the Mystic Shot hit that 3/2 as well.
Yeah, otherwise, whoa. Shay's setting up for a Static Shock?
Yeah, I think he
Twisted Fate red card.
Mm-hmm. But I think we would have. Yeah, if we're wanting to see the Static Shock, I think. I don't know. Maybe that's the correct play. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, but what I can say is that this is a clear setup to get some kills in. I would have really liked to see Sky play Callista, because what Shay is telegraphing here is that Mystic Shot could have easily killed the 3/2. Instead, he used it on a 4/3, so he's obviously setting up to kill it in the following turn. Callista loves seeing her units die, so by playing Callista, it's going to screw with Shay's plans, because she knows that Shay wants to kill something. Now if Shay does kill something, he's giving value to the Callista, but if he doesn't, then Shay is so far behind on tempo because he left that 3/2 alive. So the 1/1 ephemeral here isn't necessarily bad, but I don't think that it's furthering Sky's game plan as much as the Callista would have.
I think maybe her game plan was to keep the Callista in hand until she knows she can either level it up very quickly or dodge a lot of removal from Shay. Playing this 1/1 doesn't feel good into a red card. No, it really does feel good into a red card, because she's removing the 4/1, killing the 1/1, but replacing it again.
Yeah.
So I think she took the correct play, instead of perhaps running into a what is it called?
Some other removal for your Callista.
Yeah, like a gotcha. Like if Shay had drawn the gotcha this turn instead, and been able to just kill the Callista instantly before she could get any value, I think the 1/1 play was correct. Keeper.
Yeah,
because Shay's blocks are not strong. He has just a 1/2 and 2 champions that he really doesn't want to die, and she's pushing 6 damage, and could have been 10 if he isn't blocking.
Yeah, I agree. So I see that line of reasoning. I still am not sure which one is correct. I think that it's definitely more of a dynamic decision than I was first accounting for. I'm really surprised to see her not use Glimpse Beyond on the 4/1 that would have been dying anyways. Just because that, the 4/1 it's not like you're denying yourself any value by using that, and it looks like she's going to be floating 2 mana here anyways. So I really would have liked to see her Glimpse Beyond one of those
Something that was already destined to die.
Exactly. Like, typically, Glimpse Beyond can be bad if it's going to be eaten, because then you're denying yourself damage on the enemy minion, but in this case, there really was no downside to just Glimpsing Beyond. Granted, she does hold it back up, so now Shay uses the Static Shock or the Make It Rain that he's pretty clearly wants to be using, judging by those blocks last turn.
Yeah.
She has a means of using Glimpse. She can actually double Glimpse Beyond to fizzle Shay's Mystic Shot, I believe, or excuse me, his static shock. But now she's also running into the problem that now that Shay has mana, these Glimpse Beyonds can get more increasingly punished by Shay, because Shay can use his Static Shock or some other fast removal spell to negate the effect of the Glimpse Beyond. And we might see that right here. I believe that it would be smart from Shay to use his Static Shock to deny the draw 2 from Skye.
Yeah.
Granted, Skye does have another Glimpse Beyond that she can just recast after Shay uses either Make It Rain or Static Shock to draw 2 again. We'll see. Because she really wants that card draw. She wants to be hitting those They Who Endures, especially now that she's picked up Atrocity.
Yeah. I would have preferred to see her play Callista, I think, this turn. I think her minions were destined to die with Shay's current hand, which she doesn't know. But if she had played Callista, I think it would have been even more awkward for Shay to be clicking these 2 minions with Static Shock or play a random Make It Rain in hopes to kill minions, because he doesn't have something to burst 3 damage through with Callista, and we might see her level up.
Yeah, I totally agree that I don't think Skye's putting enough emphasis on this Callista. That being said, it looks like Shay might
just
have
letting this resolve.
stalled out with the decision-making process. He's talking about trying to take things slower and actually think about what he's doing this tournament around. But that was such a high-value Static Shock that I'm really surprised to see it not be used there.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see Static Shock killing a Butcher, killing whatever the Curse Keeper for to prevent the 2 draw, because the 2 draw is insane in this deck. It's one of the things that if you can deny it, you want to be denying it almost every time. And Skye hits another 4 off of the top with this.
So she had the option between Doom Beast, Ravenous Butcher, and the Hapless Aristocrat. And she picks the Doom Beast, which I think is definitely right. She doesn't really have things that she wants to be sacrificing right now. And if I were Skye, I would just straight up swing here before doing anything else. Yeah, I think that this is smart. With the Atrocity plus the Doom plus 3 different Doom Beasts in hand, I think that Skye is in a position to chip Shay down and then get ready for a big Atrocity on even like a 4 health minion. 4 direct damage to the Nexus can be pretty big. And Shay looks like he's fishing right now.
Yeah,
and Twisted Fate levels up.
Okay, so we have the Twisted Fate level up. We're going to see, so the card order is blue, red, yellow. We want to see 2 more cards. Get the red card, kill these 2 3 mana, or the 2 3.
Oh my gosh,
attack cards.
Double Make It Rain would have been good. Yeah, okay, good. He was about to use Static Shock, which would not allow him enough mana to cast another spell, but Double Make It Rain is going to just absolutely tear apart Skye's board right now.
And we really want to see at least 1 on the 4/2, and at least...
And 2 on
so we don't see the 2 damage on the 4/3, so it's going to stay alive through this.
Yeah, I get in some direct damage here. Skye winding up capitalizing again, and They Who Endure is such a huge pickup for Skye right now.
Yeah, that's insane. Having all these minions die just now. Shay, unfortunately, making just They Who Endure that much bigger. Playing Atrocity.
And that 4/2 just dodges everything. Very unlucky for Shay. That being said, Leveled Up Twisted Fate is one of the strongest cards in the game. And Skye doesn't necessarily, unless she wants to use that Atrocity to kill it, she doesn't have a great way to deal with the Twisted Fate right now.
Twisted Fate, however, cannot really get push direct damage. It does have quick attack, which can have some funky trading pathways, but I think just the like 3 Doom Beasts that she has in hand, plus a They Who Endure, and Atrocity is just gonna just smooth through things. Shay does get in a free attack, but
And Sky opting, I don't know if this is. I mean, so doing this sets up the double Doom Beast play because she would activate Nightfall. But I'm just not sure if you need to be that concerned about taking the 3 damage here. I guess you're concerned because Shay has proven that he has burn in his deck. But maybe I would prefer you just holding back up that mana. She might just double Doom Beast here and drain 4 away, and then set up for that They Who Endure, and then the following turn, before even doing anything, you can just Atrocity, because we know that Shay is not running the removal to deal with that minion.
yeah, meaning he cannot kill it in response to the Atrocity target.
Yeah, nor can he kill it before Sky has a chance to get enough mana to use Atrocity. And Sky is thinking about playing Callista. I would prefer the Doom Beast. Callista's typically would be better to play than an ephemeral Doom Beast that's just going to die anyways. But your game plan right now is to kill Shay using They Who Endure plus Atrocity, right? There's not really... I think that's the clearest path forward. If she lets this Twisted Fate stay alive and keep on generating a ton of value, she could... You know, I can see a path where Sky loses this game if Shay draws correctly, if she doesn't go forward with the plan of the They Who Endure plus Atrocity. What she could be doing now as well is overloading the amount of minions that are dying, just to move that They Who Endure even farther out of range of potential death to like burn spells.
Yeah, and Shay just willingly removing these cards. He has the mana for it. He has the cards enough to play. Unfortunately, missing that gold card would kill something, making...
Yeah, that's actually a pretty big misplay. Granted, Sky doesn't actually really mind because, like we said, she kind of wants her minions to die here.
Yeah.
I've also just received word that Connor has won game 2. So Connor in this deck that I thought was not super well adjusted for the aggro deck is really proving himself to be a powerful competitor, and really put Case's team on his shoulders because of the fact that Case had already fallen down a game. I'm also just getting word that Case has won his 2nd game, tying up the series between him and Henry at 1-1, which I am super glad to hear. I really want to see that matchup get played out multiple times.
Of course. So I'm seeing that this They Who Endure is going to come down as a 12/12.
Yep, that's right. Which is more than enough.
More than enough.
But if Sky plays this, then she can no longer afford They Who Endure. She's at 18. It looks like she wanted to get ready to do the Doom Beast before, and then play Callista so that she just winds up having a couple minions die so that the ephemeral... so that her Callista gets closer to leveling up. But again, that level up Twisted Fate is just accruing value on Shay's side of the board, drawing a bunch of cards. And maybe if we saw Shay's deck constructed a little bit with a clearer win condition, he'd be in a better position right now. But even though that level of Twisted Fate is putting in so much work, there just is not that much that Shay can do against Sky's deck, right?
Yeah.
And
so...
Shay's setting up to get the red card to kill all of these 1-attack units. If Sky just drops Callista, then killing...
Shay cannot play another card.
Yeah, because he would just level up the Callista for her. Granted, you know, he could be in a position where he finds a chance to kill Callista, which would then not allow her to level up. But Sky instead opting to play the Doom Beast here. I'm a little bit concerned about her play.
I'm not that concerned. I think They Who Endure is just going to come down next turn and then hit an Atrocity. Shay really can't... Like, he's going to clear her board, and then he pushes how much damage. Like, she's going to play... maybe Shay can get through. We'll see. With this Mystic Shot going towards her face, he might be able to get through enough damage with his elusive 3/1, his quick attacking Twisted Fate. Next turn, we'll see.
Yeah, the thing is just like looking at at Shay's hand, he really does not have a lot of direct damage to Nexus. Granted, if he plays Make It Rain here, he just kills the Callista. He gets the full swing. Or, excuse me, if Make It Rain hits the Callista because of the Twisted Fate gold card.
Mm-hmm.
And Sky might wind up be punished for not thinking that a 12-12 was good enough to win this game. Because she's going to have to wait.
Atrocity is definitely a hard card to play. 9 mana plus 3 spell mana is what I think she's looking for here. But Shay's just kept her board clear, and she's not been able to level her Callista at all. And without the champion resummoning units in her deck, it's sort of hard to come back from just having her Callista die for free right there.
Yeah, and Sky doesn't really have a way to respond to this board whatsoever. She has nothing to cast in response. This is going to drop her Nexus down to 6.
Yes.
Twisted Fate deals another 1 through his red card. The Static Shock can deal 1 to the Nexus, 2 if we include the barrel. So maybe it's still not enough? And this 18-18 surely will finish the game next turn. Shay is currently fishing, and the Mystic Shot. Sky is just getting absolutely punished for not playing out this They Who Endure last turn. And Shay, really on house time here, might pull out a win in this game.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Oh, Ezreal will do it for certain. Granted, he doesn't get to attack, but that's an extra Mystic Shot at the face with every single spell. Plus this 1 damage from the Twisted Fate, plus the Mystic Shot that's already in his hand, and he has spells galore with full mana. This is it. I think Sky just... Shay may have stolen this game, and I think Sky just threw. Yeah, that's lethal.
I wouldn't say throw, but I think Shay hit some pretty good cards off the top. I think maybe a Callista drop earlier into the you can drop Callista into the waiting arms of a board wipe and be completely fine.
Yeah, I mean I agree with you. Sky had that game. If she just played the They Who Endure, I think that she just wins that one for her team. But instead, we wind up seeing Shay take the lead. And now, after a pretty dominant first round and what we thought was going to be pretty okay, because Sky looked like she was in a winning position in that game, Borbo Boys clean sweeps and puts Connor on the precipice of just straight up winning the next match and winning the thing for them, which would put the onus on Henry and Sky to really come back into this game and try and fight for their team's survival, because if one of Shay or Case wins, provided that Connor wins one of these next few matches, if one of them win, then that's Amhi just going home after the first round.
Yeah. And for our competitors, of course, that would be not something that you would like. We are, again, playing for prize money.
Yeah, $300 on the line here.
The prize pool is $300, but evenly. Obviously, money is not the end goal. The end goal is to have fun with your friends, but
still,
it's still a large deal. Definitely had some stakes, and I think going home first round definitely doesn't feel the best. So I think we want to see these matches go to 5 and just see what happens.
Some exciting matches it would be ideal here. Yeah, and honestly, like, all of these, I was going to say, yeah, it would be crazy that Henry or Case is going to be eliminated here coming up, but all of our teams are really stacked up with a lot of great competitors, and it's going to be sad to see any of them go. That being said, we are going to move towards game 3 here, where we are going to be presenting Case versus Henry, the 2 team captains, the 2 number 1 seeds of this team, where maybe really they have to be the ones fighting, especially Henry has to be the one right now fighting for these wins. He can't afford to make any more mistakes with his team on the back foot. He needs to bolster resolve and come into the Discord after this game and say, hey, I'm up 2-1 on Case. I have a favorite deck. Let's just take a deep breath. We can still make it out of this round.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a look at Case's Draven Taric. It's a buff deck, and now this was a deck that I was not familiar with really at all, and I think that this is a bit of a new-ish brew from Case. It's kind of cropped up in popularity recently, but basically you're relying on Draven giving you a bunch of buff cards and having quick attack, using Taric to duplicate the buffs, and swing in and put enough pressure in that as you get into the late game, your Draven just becomes too big to remove. You have a lot of means of protecting it, and then you just win the game by attacking with a big overwhelmed Draven.
Yeah, we saw a glimpse first round of the way this matchup can play out with a very large Draven. The Draven was, I think, a 15-1. The key card in this deck is Out of the Way. So Out of the Way is a KDA card. It's like the Kai'Sa card. And what it does is it makes all your buffs for the rest of the game permanent. So that means survival skills, which makes all your creatures unable to die permanent.
Wow.
It makes Bastion Spell Shield permanent. So if you can't remove this, like you cannot remove the card unless you're obliterating it with something like a Tomcatch. So I think Henry's deck doesn't have any obliterate, and so that makes Case's deck a really strong. So all these buffs are like important to go on the Draven and just to make a humongous threat.
Yeah, I do agree. The survival skills is just absolutely brutal against Henry. The thing is, though, Henry runs a lot of Challenger in his deck. His deck is kind of built around this card called the Grand Plaza. And that is a really great way of getting around a lot of the kind of buff style, spell shield style ways that Targon typically helps their units survive, and instead just kind of getting in and clipping them and rushing them down before they're able to get out of control. I think it is going to depend on the draw and how these two competitors play against each other. With that being said, let's jump into Henry's deck here. Big boys. This is Garen Aurelian Soul. Again, the Grand Plaza is a landmark that when you summon a unit, it gets +1/+1 in Challenger. You're running that with big minions to kind of give them these almost enter the battlefield triggers where you enter the battlefield and then you just deal damage to one of their minions because they have Challenger on that turn. Really pairs well with Grizzled Ranger, where you can just swing in, deal 3 damage or something, summon up or deal 4 damage or something because it's +1/+1, summon up your 4/5, and then swing in again because it had Scout.
Yeah, I think it essentially turns all your big minions into removal spells, which is very strong against wider boards and things of that sort. Henry's deck name, Big Boys, also has to deal with the insane top end in Aurelian Soul, Eclipse Dragon, and then the combination of Garen and Judgment just being able to close the game with large leveled up creatures after he's sort of gotten through the beginning of the game with a guiding touch and single combat to remove certain things.
Yeah, I think this is a really flashy deck. I think it's really fun to watch, and I am excited to see how it performs against Case, because I do think that these are two really dynamic decks. Neither is really super flowcharty in how it plays, so I'm really excited to see how it goes. I'm going to go ahead and give our competitors the ready, and we will watch Case versus Henry, currently 1-1, and see how this match goes and progresses. Like we said, Henry's team, Amhi, a bit on the back foot right now. Definitely down because of Connor's really standout performance. Connor coming in as almost a pinch hitter after one of the original invitees wound up not being able to compete. Coming into the last minute, building a deck together that he honestly played and practiced played pretty well. Even making some decisions that I thought were not obvious. So really putting the team on his shoulders right now, and Henry and Sky need to do the same for their team, or Ben really needs to step it up.
Yeah.
So Case, seeing the survival skills, you alluded to it earlier. I mean, if you discard it, then it just targets your strongest ally. So typically a 5-mana slow spell is just not super duper strong. But because of that caveat, getting that card down early, it's almost like, what's that card? The thing that you used to put on Fiora, Unyielding Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you really want to be comboing that with the KDA spell, just to make sure that it's permanent. So we're not going to see it early. We're seeing a lot of passing back and forth, no real early game plays. both of these decks really want to set up and get into late game.
Yep, Case passing back there, scared of the potential of a Pale Cascade, sniping his Draven if he attacks, and Henry drawing the Grand Plaza, which, in my opinion, is the card of this matchup for Henry. I would be really shocked. I think that it would be wrong for him not to just play it right now, to get value out of this Grizzled Ranger, and try and find a way to take out this Draven before those permanent buffs start letting it get out of control. His alternate plays is just playing a Grizzled Ranger and swinging to try putting on pressure, but that is really susceptible to if Case just plays another minion. I would really like to see him drop the Grand Plaza here. Keep up the spell mana and just move forward with that.
Yeah, we could also see something tricky coming out from Henry, where he plays Grizzled Ranger into single combat. Just if Case just doesn't block, then you single combat, killing the Grizzled Ranger and getting the attack with the even stronger minion.
Yeah, and that actually does look like what Henry is planning to do. Oh, and he gets in the damage. If he swings again and Case just passes, Henry has a single combat to take out this Draven, which is going to slow down Case's game plan a lot. Oh, actually, Case with the ability to discard the survival skills to save his Draven. And it looks like we're experiencing some video issues here. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes.
Both Case and Henry's spectator looks like it's lagging a little bit.
Just a reminder that survival skills would have triggered and targeted Tark instead of Draven.
Oh, that's right. It can only hit your strongest minion.
If you're discarding it, yes.
Yeah.
Survival skills will be permanent from now on, though, with this spell cast from KDA. Out of the way. Such a good card. Replaces itself. Makes all your buffs permanent. Pale Cascade, just a 2/1 extra buff. Very good. All of Draven's axes end up being permanent as well.
Henry just can't have been happy to see that. The good news now is that he has a chance to try killing off this Draven before Case gets a chance to make it invincible. Case could buff this up to make it the strongest, and then discard the card to give it to make it so it can't be dropped below by 1. But Henry importantly has a Hush in hand with spell mana up, so if Case winds up committing all of these different cards, especially if we see him discard the survival tactics in an effort to keep that Draven alive, Case could get incredibly punished here. The problem is, without another Draven in hand, Case really needs this Draven alive in order to start getting his buff chain online.
Mm-hmm. So we might see some Pale Cascade. I expect a Pale Cascade to make sure that it doesn't happen. And then Henry may respond with Hush, and then Case will discard with Spinning Axes survival skills, which would target the Draven that was Pale Cascaded.
Well, if Henry hushes it, it'll actually lose the Pale Cascade buff. But I think that Case can still buff the attack with the Spinning Axes, which is what he would use to discard the survival skills anyways.
Yeah.
Does Henry hush here? That's the question. And he does.
Yeah, I think
that
you have to.
Case is just going to wind up playing out his... Oh, he doesn't! The Draven goes down. And without another Draven in hand, this could pose a bit of an issue. Now, granted, he does have the Spacey Sketcher, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and start going all in on this Taric.
Yeah, Taric is a fine target for a lot of these buffs.
Yeah, and Taric can swing in and give the 1/1, make it so that it can't be... Right, if he swings, then he would cast the buff on the 1/1, is that correct?
Let me check.
Because Taric... Or is that only after he levels up? He casts the most recently casting. I don't know if selected randomly it would work, or how that interaction necessarily plays out. But regardless, you know, making your 1/1 invincible isn't really the biggest deal in the world. Henry passing back. I'm not actually sure who is favored in this game right now. Henry getting to his turn 7 and turn 8, going into turn 10. If he has leveled up Aurelion Sol, then that is just enough, more than enough power to really keep this game inside the palm of Henry's hand.
Yeah. So Eclipse Dragon comes down, making the next dragon he plays cost less. Draven's fan will put a Draven on top though, so we know that it's coming down, and Tark is able to cast the invincible spell on the newest Draven.
Yeah. Well, it's only what
it-
he gets targeted this turn, though, right?
If so, it's support. Grant my support to Ally Tough this round. Copy the last spell that you cast on only me this round onto the ally.
So he couldn't actually make the Draven invincible.
No. So the Draven being invincible is now impossible because he's already cast it. It's been last turn. He's cast multiple cards on the Tark. So we're not going to see it happen.
Yep, and here Case is just kind of putting on the pressure against Henry, taking out his big minions while he can. And getting in a little bit of Nexus damage. Henry, of course, is setting up to play some of these bigger dragons, these big celestial cards, and we'll see what he finds from Aurelion Sol. Because Aurelion Sol, of course, generates card advantage. And it looks like we are experiencing some technical lag in these spectator channels. I'm not sure if it's on OBS's end or if it's Discord or just the internet, because we're all in the same house right now. Regardless, hopefully this does not persist.
Mm-hmm.
Henry passing the turn, looks like he wants Case to spend up his mana now, but Case, without really that much to do in his hand, could pass back and have Henry waste this turn, which Henry really doesn't want to do. Henry has a lot of huge cards in hand that he really wants to be playing turn after turn after turn.
Yeah.
He's giving Case the opportunity to play one of his minions so that Henry can challenge it in. And Case winds up taking the bait, quote unquote. Here comes a big stun.
Yeah, and the Infinite Mind Splitter, you pick 2 allies and will continuously stun them every turn unless he is silenced.
He will get silenced here. In response, though, Henry can kill this Draven, which stops some of the pressure coming out of this Tarek. That is a really good card against Case. Unfortunate about the silence.
Yeah, the silence is unfortunate. Also, it was an invoked card off of a chance, so it's not actually in Henry's deck. Henry's deck does not have Infinite Mind Splitter. It just has the Eclipse Dragon and Aurelion Sol as its large top end.
Yep. I mean, even with the Eclipse Dragon being silenced, it still winds up, having a lot of power for this Aurelion Sol, right? Aurelion Sol requires 25 power to level up, and if he just drops Aurelion Sol on turn 10, it looks like Henry might have that power without Case really having a great way to deal with it.
Yeah. And the Fury buff also coming in before it's silenced, or after it's silenced, or it's like the ordering is sort of weird, and the silence before the Fury.
The second survival tactic is coming a turn too late. He could have used that to save his Draven last turn. And he drew a second copy of the KDA card, which is not what you want to see. Case is just not moving fast enough really right now to contest what Henry is doing. Henry can
he can start healing up with Solari Sunforger, which comes down as a 5/4 with Lifesteal with Daybreak. Very strong option to just recoup some of his lost health. Unfortunately, the Spell Shaper is not the strongest minion and does not end up becoming invincible. So it's just sort of hard for Case to continue to get off the ground with the cards he's drawn in the past turn. So
yep. And it looks like Henry is prioritizing keeping this minion alive, but he knows that Case has these Whirling Axes in hand, so I'm honestly surprised to see him, especially without drawing a card. Wow, and he's just putting the health in front of Case. I guess he's planning on playing some more big minions this turn, or he doesn't really care too much about Aurelion Sol leveling up. He'd rather just make sure that he doesn't die.
Yeah, I think because Tark has overwhelm and he will not be removed this game, I think is scary. It's a threatening notion from Case's side. And I think that if Case can continuously buff these creatures with get out of the way, making them permanent, it's um, it's just a scary thing to think about going into late game, while Case is just holding on to these enormous minions, and Henry can't really keep him off the board. He just wants the health to stay alive and not die to the overwhelm damage. Tark.
Yeah, and Case putting in pressure right now, but unfortunately with what's in his hand, 2 hushes and 1 guiding touch is just not the fuel that he needs. And the second survival skills, this Case, the top 3 cards of his deck have just not furthered his game plan whatsoever. And it looks like, just knowing that Henry has so much gas not only in his hand but his deck, Case cannot be feeling good right now. And knowing what we know about the hands, he should not be.
Yeah, Henry can drop some healing for himself. He can find some more gas off of the Nightfall from Eclipse Dragon. He could have just played the Aurelian Soul. And I think going into this match, I saw one of Case's downfalls was that he didn't have enough minions. If his Tarks and Dravens were getting removed before they could become invincible, before you could cast out of the way, before you could discard the survival skills, like we've seen this game on the Draven, it's sort of you just have one minion that's really big and sort of not a large board, perhaps with all survival skills or something. So Henry just able to go wider and taller in a more efficient manner, and relies less on repeated spells and just can create a board presence and just present more damage than Case can.
Yeah, and Henry seeing Case cast that out of the way just for 5 mana draw 1 must feel good for him. I mean, he knows that is something that Case would not want to be doing, unless he really does not have that many other options. And it looks like, could Henry have had lethal here if he casts Pale Cascade?
Yes.
I guess Case does have Hush in hand.
Case goes down to 2. He could Hush the 6/5, making it a 5/4, because of it has been buffed from the Grand Plaza.
Right.
And if Henry had Pale Cascaded, I think that's what Case would have done. But we're not seeing the Hush come out, because Hush, frankly, isn't worth it to survive. To keep 1 health, you're probably just going to die.
And Case really looking for something to help him back into this game. Living Legends could do it next turn, but
I don't think Case has a turn. He doesn't have a turn to keep playing. Henry can really easily just drop Aurelian Soul or find another minion off of Eclipse Dragon here.
Yeah.
Just has such a strong end game, and I think that's one of Henry's largest strengths, is just having such a top end and then continuing to play large minions off of the Eclipse Dragon, off of the Aurelian Soul, who just continues to invoke.
Yeah. And honestly, Case just not finding the tools that he needs to win this game. Honestly, I think it's a shame that Case's draw was so bad. It looks like he's kind of going all in now, but he just doesn't have the damage to beat Henry at this point in the game.
Yeah, Henry can just throw the 6/6 in front. Case, even with overwhelm, even with all of his buffs, can't really make it through.
Yeah, next turn. Excuse me.
It's just hard. Yeah, it's just the survival skills into, like, it's just the 5 mana slow spells that sort of are really good if you're playing them on curve, but just are dead in your hand after you've cast them once. Survival skills and all out, or out of the.
I actually had lethal on board using the Pale Cascade to buff up one of his units, but he doesn't know what Case has in hand, and he figures, okay, I'm going to play this card that is just going to, and look, it's just going to be able to Well, he still has lethal. If he just swings in and uses the 9/9 to pull in the 9/8, then he can Pale Cascade. In case now no longer has a lot of mana to respond. Let's see if Henry sees this. Because of the Invincible Overwhelm, if this game goes on a couple more turns, could be in a problem. Oh, and Case does have the Hush in hand.
Yeah,
And
we'll
this is
see.
killing his Aurelian Soul. This could be pretty bad for Henry.
Yeah, Aurelian Soul, something that's really strong. See the draw off of Pale Cascade, not really doing much. Henry, though, so Henry's Aurelian Soul won't die unless Case uses buffs, which is his whole game plan. But Case does lose his minion as well.
And he goes down to 1.
Yeah.
Now he can definitely kill a soul. Survival skills would still target the Taric unless he uses Sharpen Resolve first and then discards it, because that could have netted him a huge minion here that he could have given Overwhelm to, maybe if he draws a Might, but instead opting just to go 1-for-1 against the Aurelian Soul, which, I mean, you're never in too bad of a spot when you're going 1-for-1 against Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, keeping Henry off of continued sort of replenishing of his hand with Aurelian Soul's passive, as well as the level up, is sort of important here.
Mm-hmm. A small update while this game is in its later stages. We saw Ben take out a game against Connor, so he is still grasping at straws to stay alive in that matchup, but he has survived. And Shay beat Sky in Game 3, putting him up 2-1, which means the other two members of the Borbo Boys are up 2-1 against their respective Amhi opponents. Let's see if Case can somehow come back and continue that trend, or Henry can close out and provide a little bit more help for his team. Case being at 1 with no real way of healing or drawing cards is not great, especially because Henry has so many cards in hand that he can just play and kind of go wide with.
Yeah, but we can see a Draven into survival skills, or just an all-in attack on this Taric. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and Henry dropping himself pretty low here.
He can heal 5.
And there's the Obliterate, but Taric having Spell Shield makes it so that he's not going to wind up being able to take out the Taric.
Yeah, unfortunate.
And he still has 2 healing in his hand with that Guiding Touch. He gets to drop the Dragon this turn, and Case looks like he is searching to see if maybe he can know what cards he's used, what cards Henry's used, to try and formulate a good plan going forward.
Henry down to 10. Definitely scary. I think it's closer than I would have thought. If Henry hadn't attacked with maybe Aurelian Soul, I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, look at that. 3 mana, 3/3 elusive in hand. Case has Hush, which could actually be backbreaking against Henry if he winds up just going in on this elusive. It looks like Case could actually has some avenues for coming back and winning this game.
Yeah, if Henry just drops an elusive and it gets hutched immediately, that's not what we want to see.
Oh no, look at this. Henry had the chance to play 3 separate minions this turn, and Case, without a minion in hand, would not have been able to block and having Henry get 1 damage through, but instead, Case is going to be able to hush this, and will Taric be good enough? Oh, but the double elusive stops Case from being able to hush both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Henry will be able to get elusive damage through.
Yeah, and it looks like Henry is going to wind up taking this one. I don't think that Case has a chance to respond in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the silence that he can block now, but unfortunately, Case with a bit of a rough draw, and Henry spotting the double elusive play instead of just swinging with the Empyrean, making a game-winning play, or else that could have been it.
Yeah.
And he just needs to hit OK here, and then That'll be his game. Okay, so a very close match to start us out here, with Henry being the only Amhi member to go up 2-1, but Sky and Ben both now with the win, both at least on the board, although they both have their back against the wall here. Chris, do you have a match that you want to watch? Out of the three competitors, do you have one that you think that you'd prefer to see?
I think that I'd really like to see Shay's endgame again. I think that he got really lucky and Sky maybe made some misplays, but I still think Sky has a strong endgame, and I'd like to see how she plays this endgame coming into perhaps a time when her team could get knocked out. So I think she's maybe the tipping point. If she can win and hold against Connor, and then if Henry can win against Case, I think she's the match to watch into Shay.
I agree. Let's do that then. I've gone ahead and let our competitors know that whenever they are ready to go, we can just get going with the match because we've already analyzed all of the decks. Granted, we have afforded all of our competitors about 5 minutes of discussion time between their games just so that they can take some time to catch their breath, talk about what went on in the matchups, and really, get a grip on how everyone is doing. But it looks like we're going to be going ahead and hopping back into game here pretty quickly. We have them re-entering the spectators. So let me set up here. And then we will move into Shay versus Sky. Okay. So Sky full mulliganing here, and she finds a pretty okay starting hand. The Ravenous Butcher makes it a lot better. Tabless Aristocrat into Cursed Keeper. Instead, she chooses just to use the 3-2 to kill the 1-1, knowing that she still has Glimpse Beyond to kill the Cursed Keeper later on in the game.
She may run into some issues, though, unknowingly. She is pushing 4 damage on turn 1, though, so
it's not bad.
It's not bad, but Shay can easily just Mystic Shot the 3-2, make it rain, do some trickery there, and sort of clear the board. I think I'd really love the utilization of Callista this game. I'd really love to see her play it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Sky, the Gotcha does a really solid job at just taking out Callista. Fortunately for Sky, this is the type of aggressive draw that I think that she wanted when she designed the deck in the way that she did, right? She's pushing so much power right here, and Case can't really play Shay can't really play any minions in response, at least lower health minions, because those saplings can just pull them in and kill them. Granted, Shay does have if he wants to, he could just Gotcha and Arcane shoot the 3-2 and the 4-3, which would mean Sky is only pushing 7 damage this turn, and with a full grip.
It's still 7 damage. I think maybe a Make It Rain. You just have to get lucky, but I think Mystic Shot and Gotcha are the more sort of stable plays.
Yeah, I think that Gotcha here would probably be best. But instead he goes for the Make It Rain, and it looks like he is hitting some pretty good targets. That 2-1 without the Ephemeral was really what Shay wanted to hit, because the Ephemeral unit's just going to die anyways. But instead of taking 7, he goes down to 6. Unfortunately, he leaves Sky alive with the 4-3, but with a Gotcha in hand and a Twisted Fate, it looks like he is going to have the ability to take out this 4-3 without too much concern.
Yeah.
Shay setting up with the more powder, going into a Make It Rain turn, potentially?
Yeah, 3 mana, or not 3 mana, 3 damage, guaranteed kills something large if Sky chooses to play Callista. she can't. I don't know about this glimpse beyond going directly into Curse Keeper here. I think you want to more play it in response.
Yeah, this Make It Rain or perhaps like a Static Shock, both are pretty telegraphed here. So doing it in response would have been better to preserve one of your 4/3s. Instead, Shay just gets to take out both these 4/3s, deal 3 to the Nexus.
Yeah.
And Sky is kind of left a little bit destitute. Granted, she can drop Callista, Cursed Keeper, plus Ravenous Butcher here to start getting that upgrade turned on. But the Callista just dies to the Gotcha. And without great tools of drawing cards, Sky could be getting burnt out here. Granted, she is just building up mid-range board after mid-range board, just fighting back against all of the removal that Shay happens to have here.
Yeah, but we saw in the game that we watched previously that Shay just has the late game on stack. He's got 5 cards in hand, plenty of drop, enough removal, and Sky is just with a Callista and 2 Hapless Aristocrats, and he's Shay is going to be able to clear the board relatively easy again before Sky can really get much damage in. Transforming the Ezreal, getting the double taps, it's just a lot of value coming out of Shay's side of the board.
Yeah, but you do have to keep in mind, if Sky hits, this could all change if Sky just hits a They Who Endure. She's been playing so aggressively, she's had so many minions die that a They Who Endure is not going to be able to be removed by Shay, and then Sky can just swing in with the trample damage and kill him because she's gotten his Nexus down to 10 already, especially if she has any semblance of a wide board, which is going to force even more blockers and more pressure on Shay to try and stay alive here.
Yeah.
Callista comes down, which can bait out some more removal. Shay might feel pressured to Gotcha, and Sky just wants to glimpse beyond this Callista in response, I believe. It will deny the Ezreal the 2 damage. Yep, here we go. Let's see if she hits what she needs to hit, which is, I believe, a They Who Endure. I don't see that many other ways of Sky really making her way out of this game.
Yeah.
And off the top, They Who Endure enters Sky's hand. Next turn, she has the attack chip, and Shay is left destitute without really a great way of dealing with that They Who Endure. I mean, we talked about it before. His deck is really susceptible to this card unless he can get Twisted Fate leveled up and try getting him to stun it, but he doesn't have the card draw to do that right now.
Yeah. Pick a card, we'll draw next turn. Shay could play Zapfin.
Is that it? Does that do it?
Let's see. Zapfin, yeah. A Rummage might do it, but I think we'll see.
Well, so he would need to cast 3 spells here to get the stun off, right? Because yellow card is the 3rd one.
Yes. And I don't think he has 3 fast spells.
No, he only has mana to cast 2 of them, so he's going to try just this.
He only has mana to cast 1 spell.
So is he alive here, though? I think he is. If he blocks with everything and Mystic Shots that 3/2, then he winds up staying alive and preserves that level up Lee Sin. Yeah, he stays alive at 1 health. Granted, the Thermo Beam is going to be a way to help try and remove this 13/13, which is going down to a 13/11. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Let's see, it'll deal 9 damage to it, but that would eat up all of his mana, so it's not going to be enough to kill it by itself. He would need some major help.
Yeah. And without a strong Ezreal on the board,
Drain 1 from anything. Unspeakable Horror can hit Nexus. Sky wins the game next turn.
All right.
So I think the only thing she winds up top decking the only card I believe that would have allowed her to stay in this game. But I think that it's going to pave the way to victory. She sees the lethal this time. She's not making any mistakes. She's ready to cast Unspeakable Horror in response to whatever Shay does. And Shay thinking, oh, if there's just a way that I can kill this They Who Endure, I'll still be in it. But Sky has different plans.
Yeah, unfortunately, without a vengeance or something on Shay's side of the board, Sky can just respond to this deal 3 and deal 1 damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, and that winds up being the problem with Piltover and Zon being your really big tools of removal right now, is that in the meta there are a lot of big minions that just can be buffed out of range of damage removal. And Sky opting not to cast the Unspeakable Horror yet, but now she's doing it. She gives Shay another draw to maybe find something that could have saved him, but not the biggest deal in the world. I think that Shay is going to see this and realize this is going to be it. Opting to take his own life instead. By
That's what I was gonna say. Mystic shot the Nexus.
Yeah. Okay, so Sky actually ties up the series 2-2, which is pretty cool. I want to go now and see Ben's game versus Connor to see how that matchup's going right now.
Oh, that's a triple decimate in hand.
Yeah, Ben has dropped the Farron, and Connor right now is only at 9. Let me fix these names real quick.
So he would need a lucky make it rain into double decimate. I don't think that's possible, because decimate, you can't double decimate next turn, because it would be 10 mana.
Would be 10 mana, yeah. And what he could do is, if he had mana for it, he could have played Crackshot Corsair, and he could have played Crackshot Corsair and swung in, and then that would have gotten the 1 damage on the trigger. And I'm just going to go in ahead and let our teammates know that they can just go on to game 5 right now.
Yeah, maybe just speed this up a little bit.
Yeah, because this is taking... We do have Clash later on in the day. This match is definitely taking longer. Granted, the third match is not going to take us long because there's no deck techs, and we can just kind of play out our matches. And if we wind up having to, just have a more fluid, less choppy gameplay, then that's that.
Ooh, this double strike with Concerted Strike, giving 2 spells to Connor.
Yeah, the thing is,
that's crazy. And then also the deny to stop a decimate, I don't think Ben is going to be able to pull through here. And I think just a Bright Steel formation with Connor on the attack chip might just do it.
Yeah, it looks like Connor is going to wind up taking this one. I don't really see a way of Ben surviving the swing next turn. I guess he could play Crackshot Corsair, which could block Cythria, and then Captain Farron could block one of the...
Can it? Because yeah. Does she give Fearsome to herself as
Not
well?
to herself, no. Granted...
He's still going so low and would have Relentless Pursuit at the ready.
Alright, and so it looks like Henry has won his match against Case. By taking down the next game, he takes it 3-1. Whereas Connor might take this game, or this series 3-1, and then it would all come down to Shay versus Sky in the last match.
The only match to go
to game 5.
To 5 games, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So make it rain, really just a play of desperation here. If it hits the Nexus, which means that Connor is dead to 2 decimates, and it looks like Henry has joined me upstairs. Henry, how are you feeling after that match?
It was really good. Were you guys watching?
We watched game 3.
Okay. He had a really bad draw, so I just kind of snowballed to the end.
Unfortunate.
Oh, shit.
And it looks like Connor is not going to give Ben the chance here, because he's just going to get in for 5 damage. He knows that Ben's hand is just 6 decimates.
It's all coming down to Sky.
And so we are going to go to game 5 with Sky and Shay, and that will be it. Let me move over to that game because I don't want to miss a second of it. Let's see here, go and watch Shay's stream. Okay. So Sky has the Undying out and a 4-2. Shay with a pretty good controlling hand that earlier Twisted Fate, then we'll change the names as well. That earlier Twisted Fate has really proven to be the way that Shay kind of finds these win conditions in these games. So let's see if he can pull out a win using that as well.
Yeah, I think Sky's deck really thrives on having a Callista's out, and Shay's deck really thrives on being able to remove that Callista with a lot of the spells in Shay's deck being able to just either one hit or two hit it away.
Mm-hmm.
And with the TF just being able to stun it around and things like that.
And this is a much less explosive draw from Sky than we've seen in her previous games. She's going to have to pilot this deck differently than how I think she enjoys piloting it, right? She needs to play the long game. She needs to get good value out of trades. What we've seen from Sky is she has an affinity of just, she has the bigger board, so she just swings in right away, and it puts the onus on Shay. But if she's doing that with a kind of weaker board, then Shay can find the blocks to help bring himself back into this game in addition to his fast spells and take it. So Sky really needs to change up the way that she's been playing this deck if she wants a chance at beating Shay here.
Yeah, it's just hard with Shay's low cost and very clean removal. Like here, if Sky tries to play Callista, Shay can easily just Thermo Beam. Or if she doesn't end up trying to play Callista, he can Static Shock and Mystic. Like there's just so many ways for Shay to remove, and then also so many ways for him to recoup his hand. With Rummage and Twisted Fate blue card.
Burblary in hand, yeah.
Yeah, just so many refill options, and Sky with honestly not that much draw. It's just so hard for her to keep up with the amount of gas that Shay holds.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Sky waiting to play Callista here, has Shay use up some mana, so she can actually drop it here without it dying this turn. Unfortunately, Shay does have the removal in his hand necessary to kill it next turn, either fast with the Mystic Shot and Static Shock, or slow with the Thermo Beam.
Yeah.
Ravenous Butcher. Oh, and here is the full swing that we were talking about. With Fearsome on Callista, she can just go for this, but the gotcha top deck from Shay
oh my gosh,
is just back-breaking here. And like we said, these lower minions swinging in without dying and leveling up Callista are just not going to be getting enough value to compete with Shay's draw. Sky really needs...
Shay does have to be careful with the ordering. Callista will end up leveling up if he kills too many minions here.
That's true. If he targets with gotcha first, it goes off last. And that could be an issue. Because if Callista levels up, then... Yeah, and look, it looks like he's targeting with gotcha first. Will he use Static Shock here to kill any other minions, allowing her Callista to get in? He does not. And Sky doesn't have a great way of sacrificing anything to have her Callista stay alive here. It's not looking good. Sky is really going to need to find the Ravenous Butcher. She needs to find some glimpse beyonds to start killing her minions and drawing through her deck to allow her to find the They Who Endure. That's, again, we saw it in the game before this, that Sky was down into the ropes and she had no outs, and she top decked They Who Endure and wound up winning the game off of that, plus a Drain 1. I think that she's going to need to have a really similar draw here, because she does have the Atrocity to double the damage. A They Who Endure is just going to be absolutely so hard for Shay to beat.
Yeah, and Shay not playing any Ionia cards means
or Shadow Isles to have hard removal for it just makes it impossible to get rid of that. But Shay's moving fast enough here that this Twisted Fate might work to level. The pesky Spectre here is actually one of the better ephemeral units that Last Breath units that she could have gotten off of that Warden, because it adds to her counter and it could slow down Shay's draw, right? We really don't, if you're Sky, you really don't want to see Shay drawing ways to draw more cards, remove more of her board. But yeah, I think that honestly in these next few turns it's just going to be They Who Endure or bust. I think Sky wants to play out all of her minions here just to get as many counters on the They Who Endure as possible. and just hope that it's on the top of her deck within the next 2 draws. Otherwise, Shay is just going to be able to control the board, use the Ezreal to get in incidental damage, and I don't see Skye digging her way out of this deficit.
I don't know how many things have died, but I'm sure Shay can use a full mana Thermo Beam plus a Mystic Shot next turn, because Skye needs 2 turns to be able to play.
Yeah, she needs to attack as well, unless it's a 2020 or an 1818, I guess. The Atrocity just wouldn't do enough. Mentor of the Stones doesn't do a lot for her. I just Bladed Caretaker. I'd give Skye 1 or 2 more draws before she's just going to be locked out of the game.
Yeah, I just think direct damage from Ezreal. She can't really block this Twisted Fate. Shay just has answers to everything.
Yep. It's a tough spot to be in if you're Skye right now.
And Shay's just going to be able to push at least 4 damage each turn with
the fleeting Mystic Shots. And even without pushing damage, he can just control the board so heavily that without a They Who Endures, Skye is just not going to be able to aggro down past these 2 minions.
Yeah. And she doesn't have a Vengeance or something, a spot removal to kill an annoying Ezreal.
Or,
so she's sort of...
more importantly, a leveled up Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
Which we saw absolutely clean house in the previous 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Shay opting to Static Shock here, giving Skye the chance to play Gems, which would get her 4/3 out of range of the Mystic Shot. That being said, Shay still has... He could Mystic Shot the 3/2 and Thermo Beam that 4/3, and Skye just doesn't have a great way of... she's really grasping at straws here in this matchup, and like we've said, it's got to be... I mean, if he uses the Thermo Beam, then that's almost another lease on life, because it gives Skye it makes it that much harder to actually deal with this... deal with a They Who Endure.
I think maybe discarding the fleeting Mystic Shot just to be able to have a play would have been better.
Yeah, I don't know why he would discard or shovel in the regular Mystic Shot instead of the fleeting Mystic Shot. He might just be planning right now in his head, I'm going to play this fleeting Mystic Shot no matter what on this 3/2. But you would still rather see what you get off the Burblefish and play around your options. It might have just been like a small misplay that I don't think will cost him the game. And him passing just loses value off of that Mystic Shot. So he essentially discarded a Mystic Shot.
Which is... It ends up being like close to... It's 4 damage.
It's 4 damage. It's another spell to proc your Twisted Fate, casting a card. But with leveled up Twisted Fate especially, and Skye not drawing her They Who Endure, meaning that she can't have it for this attacking chip, I think it's about time for Skye to pack up her bags. Yeah. This is just she's at such a deficit right now with the Twisted Fate drawing additional cards, Ezreal going to be pulling in Mystic Shots, and just being able to, like, if she can just knock him down to what is that? That's 8. She can knock him down to 4 health right now. Then next turn Ezreal is just more than enough to or he can knock her down to 4 health right now. The next turn Ezreal is enough to just clean up.
Well, is there a way to win with Blighted Caretaker, these gems, and an Atrocity?
I would say that you could look for it, but with Shay at 18, like we said, Skye didn't have one of those explosive draws to knock him down to 10 or 9 going into turn 4 or 5, right?
Yeah, and being able to just remove just this 4 damage just for 2.
Yeah, and even if you would go for like an Atrocity on a high attack minion, the minion would for sure have low health, which means Shay could just kill it in response.
Mm-hmm.
Shay's gonna have 6 damage to swing in next turn with the Burblefish. With the two Borbles.
Shay's looking to go for a red card, I think.
Yeah, I mean it wouldn't be bad. It looks like he's gonna go for red and yellow, stunning out the 5/3 and just not only dealing 5 damage to Sky's Nexus, but not taking any himself and clearing her whole board. Sky left with
it's such a dirty combo.
yeah,
Ooh,
like
yeah.
I mean, all 3 games, Shay's Twisted Fate has leveled up. We just see like even typically aggressive decks that aren't like completely aggro kill their Nexus like no matter what needs to be running cards like Dark Spear or some sort of additional challenger cards just to be able to kill these incidental units like Twisted Fate that without a real good way of killing it can just sit there and accrue so much value while doing a lot themselves through their enter the battlefield triggers.
Yeah, and just this, their staying power is just very, very strong.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to drop 2 more elusive minions here. Sky has no real way of dealing with this, and Atrocity might be able to keep her alive with 1 more turn clearing of minions. But it looks like Shay is going to get through the finish line for the Borble boys and send them to finals, unfortunately sending Team Amhi packing. I just don't see a way of Sky winning this game. Maybe if she had the attack chip, if she draws They Who Endure, she can swing in with a ton of damage, then Atrocity it. But without the attack chip, even if she does draw They Who Endure, he can just swing in with his elusives, not even give her a chance.
Shay could actually parlay and maybe finish it here.
Does he? Would that? I don't think that would give him the damage, even with a more powder. Actually, maybe more powder would do it because it would deal 4 here by casting more powder plus parlay with the Azrael, right? And then an additional 3 from the parlay.
Well, I don't.
Oh, it only deals 1.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how. Yeah, if the parlay damage to the Nexus gets buffed too.
It does. But he does get to take out Callista here. Shay just making sure that he's not going to have any issues with this game, no matter what cards are in Sky's hand. Just taking the time to really ensure that things go well here. Dropping Sky's Nexus down to 1. He could have Thermo Beamed, I think, to just have the Azrael ping it, but instead he can just full swing with his elusive minions, or just cast a burst spell, and Sky has no way to respond to this. Azrael is going to trigger. And that is the game. Congratulations to Shay and the other members of the Borble Boys for clutching out with their 3 wins. Or Connor as well. Unfortunate that Henry was able to take away a win, but his team was just not able to get there in the end. But yeah, I think Connor definitely is the big surprise to me is Connor piloting that deck so well for how late he got into the tournament. We saw him making great decisions against the aggro deck, and if he can, change up his game plan to deal with different types of decks properly, then I think he's in a really good position to be a powerhouse for the Borble Boys, certainly.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so with that out of the way, we are going to be moving into match 2 here pretty soon, which is going to be my team versus your team. I can just go ahead and get that set up. And we'll have Case and Henry, who we just saw playing against each other, come in and take over commentating whenever they are free to make their way here. And let me go ahead and send out a text that's letting them know.
Yep.
And it is going to be my team, the Jumping Jackrabbits, in the main spectator, Chris, and your team, Romp, in the secondary spectator.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to pass the torch off to Henry, and I'm going to head down to the gaming zone. Just going to get some water. Okay. Tough, tense competition there. Yeah, a couple of really good game 1s. Well, round 1s, I should say. Sad that Sky couldn't clutch it out, but in the end, I'm still proud. I'm proud of my team, proud of myself. We couldn't finish it, but we got there. Case, joining me here. Hello. Welcome. Your goons managed to win the war, even though I won the battle. Well played. I didn't get to watch most of Ben and Sky perform, but I'm sure that they fought valiantly to the very end. But that's enough talking about the last match, because boy oh boy do we have a fire heater match coming up for you next. We got Team Gromp versus the Jumping Jackrabbits.
Indeed. So do you want to take a look at those deck
can you
lists?
Can you send me the things, by the way?
Pre-seed deck lists. We can do that discussion.
Of course. Initially we will be watching Oliver versus Jake, and let us take a look at what both of them brought to the table. We'll start with Oliver, who brought the Latimo. So this is a variation on... It's really not a variation on anything. It's a deck in and of itself. We have Teemo package with a bunch of shrooms, and then a bunch of good spells from both regions.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it very much reads to me like a Teemo combo deck, kind of a homebrew style. But that said, this is also a go hard deck. He runs 3 of go hard. He runs a lot of draw options with the Veteran Investigator, Rummages, Glimpse Beyond. And so maybe he's actually smarter than the meta right now, bringing some of those Piltover and Zon options into a go hard deck like this.
Mm-hmm, right, of course, yeah. He'll have the Heimerdinger's Factory. What is that card? But that makes you draw extra every turn, right?
Yeah,
so
both players draw 1. So that's excellent with the go hard win con, and it also synergizes really well with the Teemo win con.
Right, exactly, with the shrooms, because if the opponent draws out his deck, yes, he'll have a lot of gas, but he'll also be taking a lot of damage if you get that Teemo leveled up. There are some questionable cards in here. I'm looking at Absorb Soul. I don't think I've ever seen that card be played. That's Drain 4 from one of your own units, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it seems a little interesting to be running that, especially since he's running so few units.
Right.
And such valuable units for his win condition.
Yes, and none of his units have more than 4 health, so that will be killing his unit no matter what, pretty much.
Exactly.
So Oliver's deck list, it's very unique. I don't think that it's close to Go Hard, but it doesn't really resemble anything else in the meta. We could take a look at Jake's deck list next. So Jake is running Ash, Noxus, Frostbite mid-range package. What this deck wants to do is it wants to use combat tricks like Frostbite and a lot of valuable low-cost units that will ramp into high-cost units like Avarosi and Hearthguard, which will buff up your whole deck, Ash and Sejuani, which are good win conditions, and basically just grind out the opponent, hitting big in face with cards like Trifarian, whatever the 5/1 is with Challenger, and then Ash and Sejuani also deal big damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this deck is interesting to see. It's been big in metas past, and it is, in fact, I would still consider it to be A tier in the current meta, but this is a little bit of a different version from what you're used to seeing. There's a little bit less towards the Noxus side, and I think what people have been discovering in Runeterra lately is that big stat lines don't do a whole lot unless you have the board clear. So what I'll be looking for in this game is for him to draw those Reckonings. That'll be very, very important for his win condition, since he lacks in the Overwhelm aside from Sejuani and Ancient Yeti. But that said, if he gets the Ash level, then that solves that problem.
Yeah, that's true. I think that a lot of this deck relies a little heavily on that leveled up Ash, along with what you were saying. There's not too many grand win conditions, but it's a very bulky, powerful mid-range package that I think packs a big punch, and it'll be able to hold on till it draws those win conditions.
Yeah, but in this matchup, I think he might be my favorite here, for the reason that these big stat lines are able to take very, very efficient trades, and Oliver probably can't afford all those hits to face, so he will have to block with Oliver's units, which are valuable to him.
Right, yeah. I don't think Oliver's deck is going to have the time. I think Jake's deck is going to really get in his face, make him not have the freedom to play the minions that he wants, take the trades that he wants. I just think that he's going to get overpowered.
Yeah, so I think Oliver has to rely on RNG a little bit here. He can certainly run away with the game very easily if he draws well, but if not, he might be in trouble. We'll see how it plays out.
Mm-hmm. Hang on, we got some technical stuff going on right now. We are going to blah 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 blah. We are gonna have to do this. Boom. And then I think we're about ready to get into stuff. And we're going to want to keep the pacing up here for Clash-related purposes. We got Clash coming up tonight, so James has given us the Go Fast thing. Go Fast card. Okay, I'm going to let the players know that we are about ready. Ready when you guys are. I'm excited for this match, Case. I'm excited to... Excited to see these competitors, see if Oliver can make his deck work.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Teemo, I think, in our last Invitational, but it's always exciting to see that champion played.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty unique as far as competitive Runeterra goes, but it is kind of a pocket pick, an Oliver favorite.
Right, yeah. And then we... Okay, so we... who's on the bottom?
It should be whoever's the first screen, so Ben?
Oh yeah, Jake.
I mean,
Jake. Yeah, Jake's gonna be on the bottom. Okay. Oh boy, they're starting in. Oh, we gotta hurry. Jake bottom. Right. Oliver top. Oh. All right, we're loading in here with Oliver and Jake. So Jake off the top, he's got a pretty solid curve. Oh goodness, I have to get rid of the wins. Alright, so we've got a pretty solid curve from Jake here. He's got a 2-drop, Everos and Sentries, which you want to see. Oliver, you can't see it right now, but he drew Teemo in his opening hand, which is, you know, always beneficial with the Teemo deck. He doesn't have the attack chip on turn 1, so he's going to have to wait to attack and get those mushrooms rolling, but this is good.
Mm-hmm. And he will get that free attack in with Teemo, but, you know, the disadvantage of going up against this Noxus deck is that Jake does have answers with the Culling Strike.
Right, yeah. He could consider Culling Striking right here, which I think would be the right play. You just get that Oh, no, he decides not to. I think if you get the Teemo out of the way early, Oliver's deck has less and less options.
He decides that the Teemo isn't enough of a threat, but I think that's a mistake. I think the Teemo is the biggest single card threat in this deck that he can answer to. He can't answer Go Hards.
Yeah, exactly. He could be thinking about the Puffcat Peddler, which is another valuable card, and normally Teemo is not that threatening, but here's another removal card with the Trifarian Glory Seeker. That card can challenge up Teemo, serve him on a dish like chopped liver. But yeah, Teemo's, I think, relatively a very powerful card in this deck, just because he doesn't have a lot of units. Oh, and here it drops the Puffcat Peddler.
I am surprised to see Oliver drop the Peddler. It might be that he's looking to get the attention off of the Teemo, but I think in terms of mushroom generation, the Puffcat Peddler might be more valuable, given that Teemo often dies in these sort of situations.
Right. That's a good point, but I think that if we look at the bigger picture here, Jake is just in such a commanding position, right? He's going to kill Teemo here, and he's got the Brittle Steel to keep his Trifarian Glory Seeker alive, and then he also has the Culling Strike for the Puffcat Peddler afterward. And then what is Oliver left with? A little bit of removal, a little bit of draw. I mean, these are the cards that in this deck you want to be ramping up early, you want to be getting it in early, and to have them cold so quickly for little value. I mean, Jake still has other big cards in his hand, right? He's got Sejuani, he's got the Hearthguard.
Yeah, and we did see him kind of scrolling over his Sejuani earlier. That's something that he wants to be looking to level up. He wants to be getting those Nexus triggers, but unfortunately, I think with the mulligan he had, he did get that early aggression out.
Right, yeah. That's okay, though. I think he can play a slower game. Yep, and here comes the Culling Strike targeting the Puffcat Peddler.
Yep.
What we expected. Oliver does drain the Nexus for 2, leaving Jake at 17, but 17's a really healthy body for him to stay at. Oh, and here's an Ash. Wow, he just keeps drawing good stuff. You think you'd drop the Ash or the Hearthguard?
I think I drop the Ash here. So you have Ash's attack, which will freeze one. You have the flash freeze for reactivity. We'll see what Oliver responds with here. I think the Hexcore Foundry, which he was just mousing over, might be a mistake. I think that actually helps Jake's game plan in this scenario more than it helps his, because Oliver doesn't have those puff caps out. He might be fishing for go hard, but at this point, that just is cycle for Jake. Free cycle.
I agree with that. Yeah, he hasn't really gotten his go hard ready yet, right? He hasn't even played any go hards to try and level up and to pack your bags. So this is just going to feed Jake's hand, which Jake could have run out of gas if he had 2 dud draws. But as it stands right now, he's in a pretty commanding position.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Ash is going to Frostbite the Doom Beast. He's going to try and block with the Clump of Wumps, whatever that card's called. That's a good Glimpse Beyond. Okay, so he Glimpse Beyond. What does he draw? Vile Feast helps. Rummage kind of helps. Vile Feast will help him deal with that 5-1 that's been causing him so much havoc.
It's interesting to me that Jake decided to drag the unit that wouldn't get frostbitten. It doesn't appear that he's playing around Vile Feast, which now his Ash is in range of. So it's a little bit of a danger for the Ash, but I don't think that Jake is really going to have a problem in this game.
Right, yeah. Sometimes when you're a newer player to the game, you might kind of get your eyes, you see the value. You're like, oh, I can kill this and that, and keep my unit alive and kill another unit next turn and keep doing it. When in reality, a 1 health unit is bound to die early, so you don't want to commit too many resources to keeping it alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is really valuing the Glory Seeker sticking to the board.
Mm-hmm. And we see Oliver drop the Chump Wump, but it's just a 4/3 body at this point. It's going to be hard for him to find the time to play those puff caps. Teemo comes down, and I believe he's less than 5 away, so if he pops a Clump of Wumps here, Teemo's going to level up.
So, if Jake is aware of this interaction, he might be looking to either Frostbite or to use the Troll Chant to reduce Teemo's attack to 0 so he can't strike Nexus.
Right, yeah, that's something that... If Teemo has 0 attack, he can't strike the Nexus, and he won't add shrooms. Jake is looking... He's considering his options. Which one does he value more? I'd say you toss a Troll Chant. I think it's less valuable than Frostbite most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Although in this deck, you might value the heal. Oh, well, you can just heal Ash, too. Oh, heal Ash. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And this is a very excellent play. The Vile Feast didn't come out this turn, so he gets a free top-up on his Ash, and she can swing in for free again next round. I imagine he'll probably drag the Teemo.
Yep. I would drop Sedge here. Then, wow, that's a lot of shrooms for 1 card. I'll really have like 15 in there. Damn.
Mm-hmm. And that's why it's all the more important for that Teemo to get frostbitten, or reduced to 0 last turn.
Okay, so Oliver does have a decent amount of removal in his hand. Jake just wants to get the swing in before Oliver can play any slower cards, but I personally would have liked to see the Sejuani. Oliver was playing a lot of fast cards, so even like while he's swinging in. Okay, he's gonna...
And again, opting to protect the Glory Seeker instead of keeping up his reactive options. I'm not sure. It's the best line of play in light of the potential for Vile Feast to come out.
Yeah, that just, I think, is a misplay. In Runeterra, you have to assume that your opponent can react like this. Jake is new to the game, so we understand why he's doing it, but more veteran player probably would have just seen that Oliver would try and keep his Teemo alive. He's got quite a decent amount of removal here. He could kill Ash and the 2/1. But, of course, Jake just drew another Ash.
Which is buffed.
Yeah. Wait, did he use it? Did he use Ash's whatever?
Yes, I think he used the wrong flash freeze.
Okay. That's a pretty big mistake from Jake. Too many of these mistakes, you might see Oliver start to take another foothold in this game. He keeps his Teemo alive here. And Jake is just about out of removal. Well, he's got another Glory Seeker in hand for it. Yeah, you can't do anything about that. It just goes. Oliver sends the Spider Link. Of course, Jake does get in here for 7. Wait. Oh, yeah, so Oliver still does have that Get Excited in hand. He opts not to use it, opts to play the Chump Wump.
Yeah, but again, we talk about, Freljord, what it's good at is taking these efficient blocks. So what Oliver is swinging in with each turn is only the Teemo. That gets scary if Teemo attacks, let's say, twice or more, especially with the Foundry on board.
Right.
But, he still has Frostbites in hand. He still has answers for those attacks.
Yep. Yeah, if Jake can withstand he's gonna be in a good spot here. Yeah, you got to freeze the Teemo again. You don't really get much more value than this. Okay, and Ash levels up here. Now that's good because that makes it so frostbite units can't block, right? Or units with 0 attack can't block, which is really helpful.
Yep, and kind of a little known side effect of the Ash level up, you get a card to the top of your deck which will frostbite all units with
3 or less.
3 or less health.
Yeah, health or attack.
Something like that. So he can not clear the board, but prevent the entire board from attacking. And given that he'll probably either opt for the Sejuani or the Glory Seeker or the Hearthguard here, that swing in might just represent lethal.
Mm-hmm. He might drop the Assessor, draw himself 3 smooth cards. If I were Jake, I would be playing Sejuani or the Glory Seeker in an attempt to put pressure on. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, and those here, Reckonings!
Yeah.
That's so big. Because Jake has... Oliver has absolutely no way to stop that. There's no way he can kill all of the units that are...
Ooh, the Double Foundry... If Jake can't find lethal next turn, the Double Foundry might represent a little bit of a problem for him. There are quite a few puff caps starting to go in the deck. Still, again, without the Teemo hit and without the Peddler on board, it's a little bit less than he might like, but Jake will be drawing 3 each round, so he's going to get 3 on this next turn, and he's going to get 3 the turn following, and 3 at the open of his next attack turn. So 9 cards for Oliver to kill him in, if he can't find lethal right here.
Right, yeah, yeah, that's true. We've just received word that Riley took the first game up against Emma. So... So that is exciting for Team Jackrabbit. And it means Oliver's victory here is all the more important. He's choosing to block here with Teemo in an attempt to stay alive.
I think Jake is now realizing he might have misplayed this turn a little bit. He needed a little bit more on board, or at least one more Frostbite before the swing.
That's correct.
Because now he's missing lethal by 1. He doesn't have any buffs. And again, there's 6 more cards he's going to draw before his next attack.
Right, yeah. I would have definitely played the Reckoning before attacking here and then pretty much guaranteed yourself lethal. But okay, he's frostbiting 2 enemies. I don't think that kicks them out because I've already declared that they're blocking. Maybe that's what he was expecting, but that is not how it goes. He does save himself a little bit of health in the Ash and whatever else. Okay, so you were talking earlier while I was looking at the results about how he had however many cards to... Can you reiterate that for me?
Yes, so Oliver played the double Hexcore Foundry on board. So at the start of this turn, Jake drew 3 cards. At the start of his next defense turn, so right here, he's going to draw 3 more. And then at the start of his next attack turn, a final 3. So that was 9 cards for Oliver to kill him in. Unfortunately for Oliver, he's not getting super lucky with the puff caps here. Still up at 7 health for Jake.
Alright, yeah, I wonder how many he has in his deck right now. Oh, 28 puff caps in the deck right now. And Jake still has about 20 cards, so that should be 1.5 per card, which means Jake should be able to live. Or, excuse me, not 1.5 per card. 2/3 per card. Yeah, he should mathematically, if all things go as planned, he should be able to live that. If he can get chip damage... Wait, no, he has... Oliver has...
Get excited and...
Get excited and... Yeah, and Mystic Shot in hand. So he's trying to burn his mana here and draw so that he doesn't waste any mana, because he's on his ropes. Yeah, Jake really should have looked for that W there. Okay, and we've received more word that James has taken game 1, so all the more reason for Oliver to try and take the W here. Okay, Clump of Lumps comes down. That's more puff caps. Yeah. I'd pass here. Save your mana. Okay, well, he's going to choose the Glimpse. It doesn't really... He can spend his mana in any way he wants to. He gets another Get Excited or Mystic Shot. Oh, that could be it. Doom Beast also helps. Okay, I would hang on to your mana. Well, I mean, I'm not doing the math in my head right now. Obviously, Oliver has plenty of mana, but if you hang on to that mana, then you can also play Doom Beast just in case Jake has some way to counter it. But Oliver can just drop all of his spells right here and take it. Oh yeah, and Jake's taking even more damage off puff caps.
So Oliver has lethal in hand if he realizes it, and he should know from looking at Jake's deck list that Jake doesn't have any way to heal himself at fast speed. I'm not 100% familiar with his deck. He might be running Tavern Keeper, but outside of that, he doesn't have any heals.
Right, yeah. This is it. Oliver's just gonna hit his Nexus with any of the multiple burn cards in his hand and take this game. And then we're going to move the score to Oliver going up 1-0 at Jake, Riley going up 1-0 at Emma, and James going up 1-0 at Christopher. Which means that the Jumping Jackrabbits will be advantaged, but obviously we're still at the very beginning of the game, of the match rather, so it's tough to say. All right, well played. So, I got the top and the bottom ones backwards. Excuse me. Oliver took that, and then James took this. Okay. We're going to be moving on to our next match shortly. First, we're going to go over the deck lists that Emma and Riley are bringing. So let me find that. We'll start with Emma. Emma is bringing her patented classic Fiora Shen deck. She brought a different variation of this deck to the last Legends of Runeterra tournament. It was her favorite deck then, and I'm assuming it's still her favorite deck now.
Yeah, I would assume so. I was talking to her about this a little bit earlier. It is, as you said, a different version from the last tournament, but what's interesting about this variant to me is that, Fiora Shen does find itself at the top of some tier lists currently, but we see those lists often with Sharpsight, we see them often with Nopify, and I know Emma hasn't been playing the game a whole lot on the current patch, so she might not be aware of those cards, but they are very, very strong cards out of Demacia and Ionia at the moment.
Yeah, the fact that she's not running them is a shame. But it's mostly cards from the older sets, which she is, I'm sure, more familiar with because, as you said, she hasn't been playing the game very much. Mm-hmm. But she's still got a lot of powerful options, right? Ionia and Demacia both have powerful options. She's got cards like Deny, Riposte, Single Combat, stuff that can really turn the tides of attacks and blocking.
Mm-hmm. And if she... it looks like her deck list also it's looking into elusives as an alternative win con as well.
Right. I didn't even notice that, but yeah, elusives of an alternate win con. This deck has a lot of different win conditions, right? You win through Fiora, you can win through early game Greenglaive Caretakers that spiral out of control, and you can win through your Bright Steel Formation plus leveled up Shen at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. So it's a very versatile deck that can, it ramps well. It's just, I think, an all-around good deck.
Yeah, I agree. She lacks in some of the more mid-range units, but this might be kind of an aggro variant, is what she's going for.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a look at Riley's deck. Riley brought a Noxus, Piltover, and Zaun aggro deck. This one is a little bit similar to Ben's deck. It's switched out the champion, switched out the second region, but it's got the same baseline. It's got the same 1-drops, 2-drops. It's still running... Noxian Fervor, Death's Hand is new, but and Captain Farron, of course, is the finisher.
Yep, pretty textbook, hit your face, kill you as fast as I can deck. As with any deck of this type, the notable weaknesses are you will deck yourself. Not deck yourself, but you'll run out of steam, right? You'll run out of cards in hand. The addition of Captain Farron to the game, the buff that it got a few patches ago, really kind of opened up the end game for these more aggro decks. So as long as you can hold on to Farron, often that's your over-the-top win con.
Right, and another over-the-top win con is Darius. Right, Darius I think is a more stable finisher than Gangplank, although it's not as versatile. But if you drop it when the opponent has less than 10 health, obviously it's a big 10-6 with Overwhelm. That can end the game very quickly.
Right, so do we want to talk about the matchup a little bit?
Yeah,
we saw, interestingly, in the last round... Bilgewater Noxus versus a Demacia Fiora Shen deck as well, in fact. So a very similar matchup. Emma's deck lacks in the beefier units that Fiora Shen iteration had, so she might have trouble trading efficiently.
Yeah, I agree with that. James and Chris were, I think, talking about how Ben's deck was at a disadvantage just based on the matchup, based on the fact that the barrier deck can take better trades, they can also go wide, they can do a lot of the counter aggro things and then clap back with any of their big 3 win conditions, which you'll draw one of them eventually. So I think it's tough. I think that Noxus carries a bit more, Noxus PNZ here with Darius and Draven carries a bit more weight and a bit more beef and bulk than the Bilgewater line, which has, I think Ben had more spells, Ben had more low impact, low cost units with barrels and stuff.
Yeah, but we can go ahead and kind of tell the players to ready up and dive into the games.
Yeah. I believe that the players are right now talking over stuff, so they will be back shortly. But for now, we can just chit-chat. Casey, how are you feeling about the next round against these two teams? Who would you prefer to go up against?
I would much prefer to go up against Chris's team, Gromp. I've played against, I would be up against Chris himself, and he's playing Tom Raka. I've played that deck on ladder a couple of times, not against Chris specifically, but against that deck, and I beat it each time, so I feel strong against that deck. James is kind of a toss-up. He's running Zed. He's not running the S-tier Lee Sin. He's not running the S-tier Zoe Lee Sin that we know and love. But, again, it's. I think that would be a much more RNG matchup between he and I.
And we can go on ahead and jump right into the games here. Oh, shoot. You know what? I forgot to set up a little bit of the overlay, but I will get that going right now. Emma on top. Riley is on the bottom. And then I will give them how many wins they have. The bottom has 1 win, and we are in there. Okay, let's look at the opening hands. Riley drops the Precious Pet. That's a really good 1-drop. It gets you guaranteed damage on turn 1 because there's no 1-drops that can block it.
Now, Riley, his curve is a little bit bricked out by the fact that he can't really play that 2-drop without killing his Precious Pet.
Right, true.
I believe that's the one that does damage to your own unit.
It is.
So Emma might get kind of a free swing here, killing the Precious Pet off, and then Riley will just have to bide his time until turn 3 when he drops those overwhelms.
Well, he could drop his 2/3 now that she killed the Precious Pet. I'm not sure if she wanted to do that. I maybe would have held on to that Challenger unit until a higher value unit was played, but here comes the Imperial Demolitionist. I think that's going to get in for 2. Yep, it is. And what will... Emma could just full pass here, leave herself up 3 spell mana, and then next turn she'll have the Greenglaive Lookout the Navori Blade Scout to play. And there's a Bright Steel Protector, which can also come down. Although, I don't think it's really necessary right now. He obviously doesn't have anything in his hand that can block these elusives.
Yeah. Now, Riley's taking a fairly interesting approach to aggro so far in that he doesn't develop, or at least on that attack, he didn't develop before the attack. It might be that he was expecting Emma to have a 3-attack unit that would take out his Overwhelm, but I think in an aggro matchup like this, you're not supposed to be overvaluing your units. You're supposed to get in for that chip damage, and eventually that chip damage is supposed to add up to 20.
I agree with that. Okay, so Emma can, she can spend some of her mana giving that barrier. She's got a lot of combat checks. Oh, well, these barriers are just going to go to waste, aren't they? Because at the end of the turn, she doesn't have another attack.
A little bit of lost efficiency.
Yeah.
Maybe she's overvaluing her mana a little bit.
Right, yeah, you would have really liked those cards with the Fiora. I think she might just be trying to save her skin here.
Yeah, getting units on board.
She's going to be going down to 11 here and losing her whole board unless she drops her Spirit's Refuge. She could drop Spirit's Refuge and Fiora here.
Yes. But again, here's what we talked about. Of course, she does have some barrier options in hand. But we said, her variant of this deck takes a little bit less efficient blocks than a more traditional Fiora Shen might, with Grizzled Ranger, with some other 4 and 5 drops that have bigger stat lines. And so, in lieu of spells here, which she will be using, she would actually be losing this trade.
Yeah, well, I think she's going to be losing the trade anyway. She's going to give this ally barrier. I don't know if she's fully familiar with how the Overwhelm effect will work, but Riley will still get in for 3 there with that Ballista. But she does save her Lookout, which is a valuable unit. I expect the Fiora drop coming in here. Yeah, Riley's going to cast Death's Hand, which is a high value rate. Of course, you kill the Lookout, but You don't have a 4 Fiora later. And Emma's trying to think of a way around this. She's looking at Spirit's Refuge, seeing if she can play it, but...
I think she needs to save her reactive options for Fiora to come out. I think against aggro, Fiora WinCon is actually very, very doable. But, you know, again, she's kind of using her barriers early here, trying to get the most out of each of these attacks, but I think she maybe should have just taken the L on that one and looked to the next turn.
Right, yeah, I would have liked to see her not only keep that spell in her hand, but keep that mana available for the next hand. Okay, Key Guardian helps, because she can drop Fiora here and kill any of Riley's units. He doesn't really have anything that can break through this barrier.
Yeah, and of course she doesn't know this, but Riley doesn't currently have any ways to ping off the barrier.
Right.
He probably might drop Draven here. Darius, sorry. Emma is at 10 health, so that Darius will level.
Right.
Which does pose a huge threat.
Right. Of course, Emma has her Silence in hand and a Riposte to kill the Darius and block the Overwhelm damage, but she's still dealing with that now.
Well, the downside of Demasia's Silence is it doesn't hit champs. It's only a follower silence.
If she's going for this 3-2, I would have liked to see her kill the 4-1 with Overwhelm, more so than the 3-2. It has more health, but... What does she draw? Here's another Fiora that's going to turn into a Riposte.
And again, we see Riley not developing into the attack, which is an interesting approach. You know, typically aggro players would have played out their I don't remember the names of these cards. Their 3-2 that does 1 on death.
The
Grenadier, and the Legion Saboteur as well.
Right. Yeah, and it doesn't matter because Emma's dead. I think.
7. Yep.
All right. Well, that was a quick game. Riley had a pretty good curve there. The Overwhelm units, Emma couldn't do enough against. It is a damn shame. Well, not for Riley, of course, but we would have liked to see a more exciting cutthroat game. Oh, Riley takes another one. Good for team jumping Jackrabbit, and we can actually look in on. James here, see how his match is going up against Chris. I think that the deck that he's running is a lot of fun to watch. So we're going to, for clarity's sake, we're going to do that. And then we are going to swap over the streams here. Here comes Chris. And Riley, we're going to watch James here. Is Chris not... Let me see. Oh, he's there. Okay, cool. So, Chris...
It looks to me like we've caught James right in the middle of hitting his Lee Sin combo.
Right, yeah. It's got Spell Shield.
It's leveled, I believe. Oh, no, it's not leveled yet, but he's playing spells to level it right here. And so, without heals from the side of Chris, this is, of course, that well-known, horrible... Actually, with heals, even... Chris is dead.
Right.
Chris can only heal up to 20. James will do 24, guaranteed on this turn.
No way to silence, no way to get through that Spell Shield. Even though he's got a Hush in hand, he can't target the Lee Sin with anything else because they're slow.
Oh, but the Spell Shield actually might do it here. Does that block the effects?
Oh, it will, won't it? It'll cancel it. Wow. Well, I guess we were wrong. Chris buys himself another turn. Wow. Yeah, no... Oh, well, he still gets hit.
Yeah, I wasn't certain of that interaction. I didn't know if it would just block the effects to Tahm Kench and still hit Nexus. But now we know.
Okay, so he drops down another Tahm Kench. Oh yeah, you know what? This is an interaction. He can't play an Acquired Taste because that's a new Tahm Kench.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, when Tom makes an Acquired Taste, it only affects the Tahm Kench that makes it. So that's tough for Chris, but he's gonna try and pop the Spell Shield here, buy himself another turn. Oh, James has Notify though.
I think Tahm Kench is fairly unfavored into this matchup. You know, the Lee Sin just gets so strong so quickly with gems, with a couple other buffs like Zenith Blade that run in the stack, Bastion, etc. That the Tahm literally can't acquire Taste because he just dies on the stack.
Right. Yeah. Here comes Soraka. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to get him out of this hole that he's in.
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay, so his Star Spring is only at 4 out of 22.
Right. Oh, wow, really? Bad draw, huh? turn 8, only have 4. That's tough.
Yeah, so it's either a late Star Spring or an early Star Spring with no Fortune Croakers, no Boxtopus, bad trades, something like that. Just really bad luck, it looks like, from Christopher.
Yeah, I think that this is honestly a pretty tough matchup for him, considering that Lee Sin, it doesn't really run very many units, and the units that it does run get buffed up, so he can't get them with Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he does have second Bastion. He can live for one more turn. Of course, his Soraka will die, just as his Tom did.
Mm-hmm.
It appears kind of, like delaying the inevitable, but it's possible that if he draws a second Hush, he could eventually look to kill off that Lee Sin there.
Right, yeah. I mean, he can pop the Spell Shield with... Oh, but you're thinking that you Hush it, and then Hush it again, and then play the Acquired Taste.
Right.
Okay.
Or you Hush during combat, possibly. James might not expect the double Hush hand.
Right, I got you. Well, I think James is gonna... He'll probably play around it, considering the fact that it's... Oh, and then there's the Hush to break the Spell Shield. Chris has no more ways to give his unit Spell Shield, I don't believe. Does he? Does that 4-drop give it Spell Shield?
Oh. Just an extra stat line.
More health? Alright. Well.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing out all his fast speed cards here, his burst speed cards, rather. Just to show James what he has in hand, but this is it, because James will strike Nexus and strike it again.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Mr. Chris Luff. He's going to be getting sent to the Slammer here, and James will go up 2-1 against him. But that means that we can check in on Jake and Oliver. See how they're doing. Big Olive. Get over here. Check out Jake. Okay, we come in just at the moment of a reckoning. Jake is at 11. Oliver still at a full 20 health. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna have to change the overlay real quick. Now Jake has a full hand. His issue is going to be surviving and be able to use it and swing in as much as he can.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, we're not really super sure how many puff caps he has in deck right now.
Right.
So we don't know what that Hexcore Foundry is likely to draw each turn.
Mm-hmm.
But again, given the matchup, I think it's unlikely that there's a lot of puff caps. Before this turn there wasn't a peddler on board. The Teemo likely was not able to really swing in for anything of value.
Mm-hmm. I think Jake here, if he Frostbites 2 and then plays a 5-drop, he might just be able to threaten lethal. I think he's got it, unless Oliver's got some kind of way to save himself.
Well, Oliver does have Mystic Shot and Get Excited, so he has some removal for the Icevale Archers. If he uses both, he can kill off the Ash. I'm not sure that's the most efficient play for him right now.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough mana for it either. So let's see. Avros and Hearthguard, and then Oliver will Mystic Shot one of the 3 ones. Oh, he's going to Rummage. I'm not sure what the hell he's going to find with that. But go hard. Go hard.
Yeah, go hard's a nice efficient option for him. Just to kill off the Icevale Archers, and of course, this is his attack turn still, so Jake...
Oh, it's still his attack turn. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Yep. So he's just looking for the Go Hard possibly as an efficient option to clear off some of the board before we go into the next turn, and he refreshes his mana.
Right, yeah. He's got all these Absorb Souls, which really aren't doing much for him. There's another Go Hard, which helps him kill that Icevale Archer. Wait, Jake's down to 5.
Maybe Absorb Soul is actually kind of a big brain card in this matchup because those units that can't block actually might get some usefulness for you.
Right,
of course,
yeah.
It doesn't matter if your opponent's just going to kill you from full.
Right, yeah, if you're at 20 health, then you're not healing shit. Okay, a couple burst spells coming down to block his to stop his blockers. Jake has full mana here. He can play 2 cards, or he'll just full swing. Oliver has Get Excited, Mystic Shot. I think... Oh, right. Right, he can win.
Yeah. Yep. But even without those spells in hand, I think Jake is doing kind of a similar line of play as the first game, where he didn't necessarily ensure his lethal on this turn before swinging.
Yep. Well, that brings Oliver up to 2-1 here. And we are going to go back to look at the standings.
So pretty polarized matchups.
Right.
And I think this is kind of what we expected from the discussion, to be honest with you. Lee Sin against Tom Soraka, that's a pretty easy win, I think, because the Tom just cannot remove the win con for that deck.
And maybe Emma's been looking at some bad draws or some kind of...
Mm-hmm. And again, like we talked about, she just can't trade as efficiently with that deck as she might like.
Yeah.
The most surprising, I think, is Oliver versus Jake. I think we did kind of expect this Freljord Noxus deck to be favored, since Jake has good options against the Teemo, has good options against the limited and low stat line units that Oliver runs. But Oliver's been eking out wins here.
Yeah, I think that we may have underestimated the burn potential of that deck, where you just get a decent amount of shrooms in the deck, and then you just kill his Nexus with 8 direct damage with all your spells. And I think Oliver's been drawing a lot of that burn as well. But our last matchup here will be James up against Chris that we're going to stream. So do you want to take a look at their decks?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll start with James. James is bringing Lee Sin Zed. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this?
So, Lee Sin is kind of James's pet pick. He loves the champ. Unfortunately for the rest of us, it happens to be very, very high up in the meta right now. Mm-hmm. So this is a pretty strong list. We're more used to seeing Lee Sin with Zoe on ladder, but the Zed just adds a little bit more early pressure, a little bit more aggression, the ability to kind of clear the board, get wide.
Right, yeah. Yeah, James is, like you said, he likes Lee Sin a lot. He brought it to the last tournament back before it had all this armor around it with the introduction of Targon. I think that this deck is strong. It's pretty similar to the deck that you ran, or that you're running, where you have a lot of buffed up cards. Your deck obviously has variants where it's less slow than a one-turn combo where you instantly kill the other person with a 10 attack Lee Sin, silence, overwhelm, that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But it's the same kind of shell where you have a couple, like, not very many followers, and the followers that you do have are supplemented with these crazy amounts of spells that can keep them alive. They've got spell shield, they've got health, all this stuff.
Right. Our decks are fairly similar. Obviously, we're in one different region each. I'm in Noxus, he's in Ionia, but we do have two big win cons. My big win con being Draven Overwhelm, his being Lee Sin Overwhelm, and then we both look into alt win cons, myself with Star Shaping and him with Zed.
Right.
That being said, the alt win cons for both of these decks are very, very minor, fairly unlikely, just possible over-the-top options. And so he really is looking to draw into the Lee Sin here. And given that, sometimes it can be a little bit RNG. If he doesn't draw the Lee Sin, he's a little screwed, because he's kind of very spell-heavy.
Right, yeah, and with your deck, you have, of course, Draven's biggest fan to make sure that you get that. Well, almost make sure you'll have it 90% of the time on turn 3, with 6 cards that will be able to draw it. So that's one disadvantage of running Ionia instead of Noxus. But some big advantages are cards like Deny and Nopify, which are just really strong, hard-hitting cards that allow you to, if you save back mana, you can really control the flow of each and every turn. Mm-hmm. Just with that threat.
Right, and he has Eye of the Dragon, Lifesteal to kind of sustain him until he draws into that Lee Sin. So he has options.
Right. All right, now let's look at Christopher's deck. Chris is running another meta deck. It's less meta than James's, but it's a very unique deck in that a lot of these cards, a lot of the spells are givens in every single Targon deck, but a lot of the cards are very unique. Of course, it's a Tom Kench Soraka deck that tries to win the game with Star Springs. You heal up and then you win the game once you've healed 22 health.
Right. This was, I think, one of the first concepts that was really, really well developed in this meta before people discovered how good Gohard was, how good Lee Sin was. This deck is still probably A tier, but I think it does lose to a lot of those matchups that are higher up in the meta. And I think, unfortunately, it does lose to this Lee Sin matchup for the reasons we've mentioned.
Right, yeah. It's a bit RNG heavy with you can only win through Star Springs, so if you don't have that on turn 2, you're kind of bust. And you also want a good curve and Raka early and Tom early. It's just, there's a lot going on with this deck. We'll see if Chris can manage his way through it,
Yeah.
batter down James. But with the way that things have been looking, I think James is pretty advantaged in this matchup, just based on the fact that he has won twice in a row now.
Yep. I mean, the odds with Tom Rocca, in terms of draws, it's a little on the edge. You want to draw a Star Spring, but you certainly don't want to draw too many Star Springs. So as we see here, he's running 3 of Star Spring, 1 of Divergent Path, so he has 4 Star Springs in deck. More than that might lead to an overdraw of the Star Spring, right? And that's not what he's looking for.
Right, yeah, it's a really interesting, really fun deck concept. We'll see if he can make it work. I'm going to send the go-ahead to our players. We're ready for you to start. And with that, we will be on our way. As soon as these guys queue up, we will be turning off the display and then seeing them duke it out. All right. Oh, whoops. Wait. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to turn off the deck list as well. All right, here we are, James versus Chris. This match could be over here if James and Riley both secure victory. I think that we're just moving on to the finals with the jumping jackrabbits advancing. Oh wow, what a good curve from Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the Star Spring on turn 2, into Soraka. It's pretty good. I wouldn't call it amazing. In fact, he might even opt to play the Boxtopus on 3 instead of the Raka, just so he gets more Star Spring procs early.
Another Boxtopus.
Okay, this curve is turning into something very, very scary. James does have Lee Sin in hand, though, so he'll be able to start ramping into his win con.
Oh, don't block with that.
Pretty early.
Wait, he's gonna need that to be healed.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay. He might be over-threatened by the Mountain Goat. What you should know up against Lee Sin, is your Nexus health doesn't matter.
Right.
Because the Lee Sin will kill you, no matter what your health is. So I think he maybe shouldn't have blocked there. He should... looking at Raka, I think, again, a little bit of a mistake. He wants the early Star Spring procs.
Yeah, you really want to start ramping up that Star Spring if you can have the chance. I think he might go for the double Boxtopus play next turn, which will allow him to use his mana more efficiently. And maybe he was thinking when he blocked that Mountain Goat, he wants to avoid James having all these low-cost gems to be played. But James with Lee Sin and then Zenith Blade to replenish his Lee Sin.
This Mentor is going to be scary on that Fey Folk. It represents damage that Soraka can no longer block. It represents a health stat line that the Boxtopus can no longer deal with. Chris does have Hush in hand, so he might be looking to use that on the Fey Folk and kill it off with Boxtopus.
I would just block the Mentor with Raka and let it ride. Play your next Boxtopus, start healing up.
He does have Guiding Touch for a little bit more.
Oh, he's going to opt to use the Hush here.
Yeah, and so again, because of these 2 blocks on this turn and the last defense turn, his Star Spring should still be at 0, correct?
Well, his Star Spring will heal here after it heals Soraka at the end of the turn.
Right, but it'll be at 1 out of 3 as opposed to the 3 out of 3,
right.
Or the 4 out of 3 rather that it would have been.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Chris might be misreading how you're going to want to win with this deck. Of course, he's got the Guiding Touch here to heal up his guy, draw a card, and also boost up the Star Spring. But oh man, James has like 10 cards in hand right now. This is brutal. James is passing, letting him attack right here. Probably a good play. James goes down to 14. He's going to drop Lee Sin. Probably drop a couple gems on him. Or save the gems to give him Challenger or whatever next turn. Now, James, I think, is going to drop Zenith Blade here. Get that Daylight proc, and draw another one. Yep, and that's what he's going to do. So now Lee Sin has Overwhelm. That's step 1 to the combo. Step 2 is just getting him to 7. Well, not 7. Getting him 7 more damage so that he has 10.
Yeah, and in this matchup, it could just be that Star Spring is honestly too slow of a win con. The thing that's interesting about Tom Raka, which makes it a little bit weaker than some other decks, is it's a slow deck with not that many control options.
Right.
You don't have removal. You do run Hush, of course, but you still need to block for that to really do much for you.
Well, this is going to be brutal. James, if he plays both of his gems here, will get his Lee Sin up to 8 attack, at which point it will be dealing 16 damage to Crazy Nexus just off rip. And that is what is looking like he's going to be doing. He's got his barrier and his challenger, so he can suck in the Soraka, instantly killing her. Yep. Now Chris could give her spell shield with Bastion, but then your Rock is dead. He'll help it live. But it will just be bounced to his hand if I'm correct.
No, the Lee is not leveled yet, so he doesn't get hit by
Oh, gotcha.
by Lee Sin's spell.
Gotcha. Okay, well that's good. That's a saving grace here. Rusty Cadre can come down. Now if I were okay, here comes the Soraka leveled up, so he's gonna get some draws coming out. Krusty Cadre could come down, and then he could swing with Boxtopus, the Lizard, Krusty Cadre, and then he's gonna go for the draw. That's good.
So here is that ramp up into kind of what Starspring wants to see, ideally on board. A bunch of damaged units. Of course, Chris doesn't necessarily have the option to swing with anything besides the Lizard. He might take that Boxtopus into the Mentor, but that's just kind of feeding Lee Sin even more.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's got all the food that he can get. I would just, I just kill the Mentor, because the Mentor feeds him no matter what.
Right. You know? I mean, at this point, Chris has Bastion in hand, but if he didn't, those gems just represent the end of the game.
Right, lethal, yeah. Well, Chris does have a full board of damage units. I think his Star Spring's up to like 6, but that's going to be, at the end of this turn, it'll go up to 10, 12, whatever, but that's still 10 health too short. Okay, he's going for the full swing, bringing in with the Boxtopus to keep his Soraka alive. Right, you heal up. And he's going to go up to 13 there on the Star Spring. Nice. And he's going to get in a decent amount of damage on James here. He's got Bastion to survive himself one more turn. Boxtopus goes down. Everything else remains alive.
So that Star Spring will go up to 16 at the end of this turn. He can survive next. Presumably it'll go up to 19 or 20 at that point. So Chris actually might be looking good for this game if he can draw a Guiding Touch, for example. If he can draw an Astral Projection, just to ramp up that heal into the win con, then it's possible he wins the game here.
Fortune Croaker is not it.
He does have draw options, so that's valuable for him.
Right. He's going to beef up Lee Sin here, get it to level. I don't think there's any way to keep his Soraka alive if he blocks with it, but at the end of the day, I think that you have to block with Soraka.
Well,
maybe you don't have to, actually.
He'll probably pull the Soraka, at which point Chris will Bastion, at which point James will Hush. So I think we're looking at kind of a done deal. The same win condition as the very last game.
Oh yeah, James has Hush. Oh, that's tough, man.
Maybe Chris looks to Pale Cascade to find another Bastion, possibly.
Yeah. Either way, you have to bash. Oh, well, James is deciding otherwise. He gets more Nexus damage here in the case of a Spell Shield, but...
I mean, if Chris can survive this turn, I think he's actually looking good to win the game, possibly. So here we'll see James ping off this Spell Shield with the 1 Hush. Of course, Chris needs to Pale Cascade twice. Well, he can only do it once if he wants mana for Bastion. So he needs to find it here.
See. Tom Kench will not do it.
Unlucky.
It would appear as though James is going to take the dub here.
Oh, Emma takes game 3, though.
So, it's not over yet.
No, it is not.
Right. Well, that's exciting for Team Jumping Jackrabbit. But with James taking the win there, that cements himself with 3 wins. And he's won his match. So now he just needs either Riley or Jake to win their match.
And Jake is up, Riley rather, is up 2 games. So they're looking pretty good to advance into the next round.
Right. Let's check out how Jake and Oliver are doing right now.
That is a wide board we've
Yes,
come back
it
to.
is. Yes, it is.
That Rhyme Tusk Shaman on board, of course, hitting good value with the Ash.
He's got the attack chip here. Hey James. James joining us after a decisive 3-0 victory. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Good.
Felt like I played pretty well. Yeah. Hoping that my team can finish out these matches.
Right, yeah, well,
We did just get word that Emma took one off of Riley, so we'll see how it plays out. Oliver's up 2-0 against Jake, of course.
it would appear as though Jake is in a pretty decisive position. I realize we can't see Oliver's hand right now. Let's see what he's got.
He's fishing.
He's fishing. Go hard slow. He's got another draw.
He does have some removal options with Get Excited.
Right, now let's count how much damage is on the field here. Okay, 11 plus 9. There's only 21 damage swinging in here, so Oliver could hang on to his go-hards. Drop his, I mean, no, wait, hang on. No, man, you gotta drop your removal on those units. Oh,
He's at 10, so.
Oh, he's at 10, not 20. Okay, yep, so that's it. Well,
All right, so we're looking at 2-1 matchups, 2-1 matchups now. Oliver 2-1 over Jake, and then Riley 2-1 over Emma. So we'll see. It's pretty stressful for the Oliver side. The pressure's on them to kind of win their matchups going forward.
Right. Let's tune in to Riley at Emma right here. So she's got her Fiora already developed. It's got Barrier right now, and she has the attack token. Let me change the nameplates real quick.
And again, I think this is the win con that Emma wants to be looking at. She has that Fiora on board finally, which she can use to win the game pretty handily up against these aggro matchups, I feel.
Right, yeah, she opts to drag in the 2-1 here. I don't think Riley's deck has any way to buff his unit's health, so I would have liked her to drag in Draven instead, because now Riley has the option to Noxian Fervor it, which will slow down the Fiora's win condition without sacrificing his champion. It was a safe play, but in the end, I think that it wasn't the right play.
Possibly, but it could be that she's looking at, okay, does he have the ability outside of Fervor to ping off my barrier? And in a lot of hands he does. So she might just not want to swing with the Fiora. Anyway, of course she is looking to single combat.
Oh yeah, she can. Oh, she's thinking about it. I think you single combat here for sure. For sure.
Yeah, I think she should, because that way
single combat Draven, if I'm being honest.
I don't think so. Well, possibly, but then if she single combats the Draven's biggest fan, her Bright Steel sticks to board. She has a little bit more presence, but maybe this is correct.
Yeah, well, she can slow down Riley. She's got a pretty good hand here. Here comes a single combat. She basically full clears the board with only her Fiora standing. I think that's pretty valuable. Because Draven, of course, with quick attack, he's hard to block. Let's see. Stressful match. Okay, down comes the Iron Ballista. Now, Emma, she's one. Yeah. So she's saving up some spell mana here by dropping the Green Glaive Caretaker. I think that's pretty valuable. Let's see, what is Riley going to draw? He draws a Crimson Disciple. There's another Green Glaive Caretaker. So Riley has no way to ping off the barriers as of right now, so Emma has one more free kill with the Fiora should he choose to swing in.
Of course, Emma doesn't know that, so she might be trying to play a little bit safer.
Right. Yeah, with Death's Hand and Noxian Fervor.
Of course, what Riley needs to be careful about is if he plays out all his mana, then Emma knows that she's safe for each of these barrier blocks.
Okay, he drops the Disciple. Now, what does Emma drop here? She's going to save up mana for her Spirit's Refuge. I might want to see the Green Glaive Caretaker hit the field.
I mean, it's a bit more efficient if she ends up using the Spirit's Refuge.
Exactly. Imperial Demolitionist, that's going to deal a decent amount of damage to her Nexus. Emma really doesn't want to see Riley get to a point where Darius is going to be leveled up. That'd be pretty bad. So what do you drop here? Laurent Protege might be good to get value trades. Instead, she goes for the draw. There's another Laurent Protege. Okay, so now she's got to determine what she wants to barrier. I'd say you barrier Fiora, get her up to a level up state. Block the 4/3.
Of course, she might be thinking about, what if he has Death's Hand in hand, so she'll opt to block the 2/2 here, which I think is proper.
I think you block with the Green Glaive Caretakers too. Save your Nexus that damage.
She can board clear if she blocks with both Caretakers
That's what I'm thinking.
and barriers. But she might.
She might opt to barrier the Greenglaive Caretaker here. No, because she knows.
I think she's playing around his reactivity. She's waiting to see if he has a spell.
Yeah.
And of course, there comes the Spinning Axe, which narrows his hand range. He now only has 2 cards in hand, so she's thinking, okay, maybe a little bit less likelihood of that.
She's right about that. Okay, so she's going to heal up here off of the Fiora too. Okay, yeah, so Fiora levels here at full health. She's still at 16. Riley's hand is down to 2 cards. He's got a Decimate and a Darius. Of course, oh, here comes Shen. Ooh, Shen! Now we are talking, yeah. So here, I think you drop Shen. What did Riley draw? He drew the Iron Ballista. Drop Shen, drop your Protege. Yeah, and then she will be able to pull in that Darius with the Protege, keeping her Shen alive.
And at this point, I mean, Riley's just kind of completely out of steam. He has literally no draw.
Right, yeah, and he can only drop 1 unit here. I might just be able to win.
Yeah, and his top decks don't help because in his deck there's also literally no draw. So he needed a little bit of early aggression. I guess perhaps his curve was bad, or maybe Emma was able to take some better trades early on than she has been taking in some games past.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he chooses to drop. I think you would want to drop Darius for the sake of mana efficiency, unless you're looking at dropping the Ballista and Decimate. I think Darius is the best play here. Okay, yep, there goes the Lord Protector, Protege, whatever it is. Yeah, full swing here. Yep, Shen protects Fiora. Fiora brings in the Iron Ballista.
And I think she just wants to sack the Protege so her Shen doesn't
Shen
die.
alive, yep. She gets in for 8 here. Her Fiora's 1 unit away from leveling up. What will Riley draw? Well, that could level up Darius. Oh, she's got Prismatic Barrier in hand. If Riley is too overzealous and drops... Yeah, okay, so let's see. She's going to drop the Lorne Protege. Now she can bide her time.
And it looks like Riley has done the math on this. He knows that with this plus the Decimate, his Darius actually will go to level.
Right, but he
think
will have no cards in hand left to bluff a ping, which means Emma will be able to just barrier up her Fiora, put it in front of anything, and then throw her other blockers in to die just to keep her health high enough to survive the swing. She should have it. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
The dangerous thing for Emma, she needs to think about, what might Riley top deck into me. So I think she needs to be careful about kind of overvaluing her units.
She wins. Fiora will kill Darius.
Oh, the Fiora's at 3 out of 4? Okay.
Yeah. GG. Wow, close. Got it down to 4. One more, whatever, execute. Okay. I kind of want to just keep watching this matchup, honestly. I don't know how you feel about that. We could check in on the other guys, but...
Are they still playing their matchup right now?
Jake and Oliver? I believe so. Yeah, but these guys are just going to queue back into it. I kind of just want to... Because this is definitely a nail-biter. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Emma wins game 4. Oh, it's a close one. James is back here chewing his fingernails, and this guy, he's shivering, shaking, sweating.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous.
He needs his goons to come through.
Because we were in a pretty good position. We were both up 2-0. Now it seems like we're a lot closer. I mean, hopefully Jake wins his game. We have 2 games that we can win, and then we just get it.
Okay, Fleet Feather Tracker on 1. I think you ditched the rest of the hand here. Right, and Riley has Draven here. No 2 drops for Emma. Wow, did she only ditch 1? I wasn't looking.
Yeah, she kept the Twin Disciples.
Disciplines. Shen, did she ditch Shen? Did you do another one?
No, she didn't ditch Shen.
Well, we'll see.
1 drop! Yes! 1, 2, 3!
Okay, James, let's relax here. Okay, Emma opts to drop her Navori Blade Scout. I would have dropped the Fleet Feather Tracker for my money, but I suppose Riley's going to be swinging it a lot anyway. So she could drop Fleet Feather... No, but it won't have Challenger. Yikes. Okay, down comes the Fleet Feather Tracker. Got a good trade here up against the 3-2. She going to sack both of them? Okay, well... She clears out the board, takes 2 damage in the process. Of course, she has no 3-drop here, and Riley has a good 3 into 4 with Draven into the double minions. Navori can get in the way of Draven, and then I think that you would want to give your Shen barrier. as a blocker, right? And Draven can't attack this turn. So now she's going to drop her key, whatever. Or she's going to swing. And then see if she can bait out a block. Yeah, well, I mean, it has elusive, so never mind. Okay, and then I think you definitely want to play your key barrier on your Shen. Well, I guess it's burst, so it doesn't really matter. Riposte. Riposte is good.
So Riley's looking at some really good burn in this deck. He drops, of course, that 2/3, and then in the following turns he can damage it twice for free,
Right.
hitting Nexus for 4 in total, plus whatever he swings in for. But again, opting not to develop into the turns, which for an aggro playstyle might be a bit of a mistake.
Okay, so wow, and now at this point he has no other units to Noxian Fervor to break that barrier. So it's actually a bigger mistake than you even made it out to be. Emma gets a really valuable trade here. Of course, she has nothing else to do with her mana this turn. She can't spend it on Shen because she's using 4 of it here. But you kill Draven. Riley, of course, still he's got a full hand here. A bunch of 2-drops in that Iron Ballista to replenish his board.
He is playing this very, very slow, which I think against Fiora Shen don't really want to do because you're giving her time to have mana for all of her reactivity.
Right.
Right, because then she can play units and still have mana up for her barriers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Emma's probably going to pass here. She'll save her mana. It's good to have flexibility. I think the duo can come down, but I think you might want a Key Guardian and then drop Shen. Yeah. Oh! Should have saved it one more turn. Figured out you had Fiora. Would have been nice. Anyway, Shen comes down. He can give the 2-1 barrier here. Next turn, she's going to have enough mana for a Fiora plus a combat trick. Riley's going to get 4 more face damage in and also develop a 2/3. He can also drop his Iron Ballista. I'm just going to attack in here. I wonder how Riley chooses to block. He'll probably block the 2-1 with one of his 2/3s just to save himself a little bit of Nexus health. Shen's going to get in for 3. Nope. He opts to block none of it. Instead, choosing to develop the Iron Ballista here.
Next turn, Noxian Fervor, whatever. Blocked.
James giving some coaching here. Straight full swinging. She's going for the Shen.
Oh, buff the attack.
So she's going to choose the Twin Disciplines right now instead of waiting for Riley to make a move. This might be a good play. Riley might opt to Noxian Fervor here and it'll save Shen health. But she's going to go down to 8 here. Oh, if he Noxian Fervor, she's going to go down to 5. Mm-hmm. Good call, James. Oh! He chooses to not do that. Instead getting some damage in there. He's going to probably drop Fiora here. What else? I think you want to play the Lookout, so that you have your barrier unit for next turn. Riley looking at his Noxian Fervor, seeing whether or not to play it.
I mean, he knows that Emma's topped out of mana for any response to it.
Well, single.
Mm-hmm. So Emma goes down to 6 here. Really tight. Oh, she's choosing the Brightsteel. No, yeah, I would definitely do Green Glaive. Riley will probably drop his 1-drop. See what he can't do with that. Very interesting. He might look to Noxian Fervor the Fiora, and then kill it like that, so that Emma has no chance. But honestly, I don't think Emma has the time to get her Fiora developed anyway. But he opts to do it after all. Emma loses a threat, but her Shen's gonna level up next turn.
So we have just received word that Oliver wins game 4, so the winner of this game takes it for their
This is
team.
it, Oliver. It's everything is on the line here. Will
Okay.
James's goons come through? Laurent Protege is dropped. That can clear one thing. Of course, what's more exciting is Riley's draw of Darius here. How do you beat Darius as Emma? I think the answer is you don't.
How did she lose her Fiora? Sorry, I was looking at...
Noxian Fervor.
Gotcha.
Yep. So with that, with killing the yeah, okay, so she's gonna opt to. I would have given Barry to the 3/2 because the health matters less, but she's gonna do this. Level up the Shen. It's gonna be a tight one, folks.
So he has to block, obviously. Now, he does have the Darius, but she has the Twin Disciplines in hand, so that'll buff up the health of her unit.
She has lethal with it. Oh, yeah. No, well, she doesn't have mana to cast it.
Oh, she doesn't.
No, James is literally freaking out behind us right now.
It all comes down to this.
He opts to block the Shen. Oh, and he's going to hold back his 2-3, looks like here. He'll go down to, what? 4? Going to be a tight one. Chat's going crazy. Case coming in with the with the bias.
I'm just really not looking forward to facing Lee Sin, so if I have this Tom Soraka matchup, I'll be pretty pleased.
Oh.
We know what's in Riley's hand. Let's see. So he's going to drop Darius here. Next turn.
Now, of course, if he draws just some pure damage here, if he draws Fervor, Decimate, then he might just be looking golden.
Yep. Emma can only block... Ooh! Nope, that's a follower only that she can silence. And he's got Death's Hand. So I say you put Shen in front of that. Yeah, and then buff him up. Buff up his health. It's the only way she survives right here because of Death's Hand. And she knows she's got the Spinning Blades in hand. Or that he's got the Spinning Blades
Death's
in hand.
Hands puts her at 1. Oh no, he has...
Oh. Well, she opts not to block. But she'll get another chance to cast a spell. Because Riley is using his
he has lethal.
axes.
If he does Death's Hand targeting the Shen, it deals 2 to the Shen, which puts 2 more Overwhelm and 1 more to the Nexus.
Oh, that's true. Let's see if he sees that line.
Come on, Riley.
Or will he just hit OK and then cast it afterward?
Come on, Riley.
Oh, he's hovering it. Does he see it? Does he see the line? Does he see the line? James is... No! Oh! No! Missing lethal there. That's tough.
Now, of course, Emma does need to draw a follower here.
Right, well, he's going to Death's Hand that 2-1. Right. If she draws a follower, she might have a lethal with the...
What would be really, really great for her is to draw a Bright Steel Formation.
Bright Steel Formation would be crazy. You don't have to deny.
You can kill off the Darius.
She can kill off the Darius, that's correct. And Death's Hand won't finish her off. Not that he could cast it even if he wanted to. So both of these guys are just going to pass here.
We are at top decks.
Top deck time. Leave for the tracker does it.
It's the Draven. It's a little scary.
Yep. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. So Riley can Death's Hand here. Oh, no, but he gives her the opportunity to block.
Well, Death's Hand would have been denied anyway.
All right.
I think.
Let's see. Emma crying, but it's not over yet.
Yeah.
What does she get? I still protect her, and Captain Farron is going to finish the game for sure. Assuredly. Emma just doesn't... She doesn't have enough gas to keep it going. She tips the hat. She's going to swing in with the 3-2 here. It's the end of the game here. There's nothing she can draw that will... She could keep drawing her denies theoretically, but Riley will get through with the overwhelm damage. Riley's still thinking about it. He's not sure if he's won yet. He's going to maximize health on Farron here. Block with the Draven. It's a smart play. He kills a Draven.
I don't know if swinging there was proper. She might be thinking she's already lost the game, but she does have a few outs with Spirit's Refuge and a misplay from Riley, possibly. She can deny a Decimate. She can silence Farron. Of course, he does have the mana here, so it doesn't matter.
She drops the A-Soul icon. You spent money on this game, folks. No, yeah, there's nothing she can draw. Bright Steel Formation, no, but yeah, Green Glaive Caretaker. Riley's going to open attack. Purify comes down to get rid of that overwhelm, but there's no blockers anyway. Emma's Nexus goes down to -6. James is jumping with joy. And that's going to be it. Riley takes the last game. Bringing the total wins up for him to 3. And securing the W for his team. James with the 3-0 sweep against Chris. Riley with the 3-2 against Emma. I forgot to update that. And I believe Oliver
with the 3-1.
With the 3-1. I'm sorry, I'm looking around for the... It's official. Boom. Oh, honestly, well played. Well played to both teams. Ace is not happy. He's gonna have to go up against that Lee Sin deck. We'll see. We'll see if he can do it. This is the rematch of the last Open when Case versus James, where Case managed to clutch it out. James out for revenge. Case out to defend his title. Let's see whose goons can come up hot. Let's see if Case can take out this Lee Sin deck. It's going to be kind of a mirror match going on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my biggest thoughts going into this matchup, James has to hit Lee Sin for him to beat me. I have 6 ways to draw Draven. He has 3 ways to draw Lee Sin, so we'll see if those that probability is on my side.
Yeah, very true. Very true from Case. All right, get down there. Get prepared, buddy. And we are going to turn on the final matchup, the Borble Boys versus the Jumping Jackrabbits. Let's go. I'm pretty sure my co-commentator, Christopher, will be joining me soon enough. Let me drop in here to the Discord, see what's happening. Yo, 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 yo. Can everybody hear me? Oh, I'm on spectator. Oh, shit. Well, we'll figure this out. I'll send some texts. Smiley face. Right. And with that...
Connor match up a decent amount.
Oh, goodness. We're still discussing.
I basically just need to, shut him out as much as I can before turn 9, and I win the game, basically.
Settings.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to use the bathroom, simply.
Oh, we are going to have to... we're going to have to be deafened here, or move into the discussion if we want to talk anymore, because Chris is going to be commentating, and they need to use this channel to talk.
Wait, so if we're in this channel, we have to be deafened at all times?
Yeah, that's exactly right, because they're going to be using this to commentate.
Okay.
So I'm going to move over to discussion for now, and then wait for the go-ahead.
Okay, I'm going to go talk shit.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Get myself some water while I'm at it.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Someone is muted.
Oh, I'm back. Hang on, give me a sec. Yellow. Can you hear me? Oh, shit. Yo, yo, yo. Can you hear me?
Hi.
How you feeling, Chris? It's a tough one.
Who is this?
This is Henry.
It is?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
What do you
I don't
mean?
know. You and James on the same mic sound so similar. Like you're twins or something.
Something like that, yeah. With my crisp voice. Alright, I'm gonna text James and see what is up here if we're just gonna get it rolling.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. Trust me.
It's so bad.
It's alright, man. We've all been there. Well, you and I have at least.
It
You
sucks.
okay blowing your nose over there?
No, I'm laughing. Laughing in my throat.
I gotcha.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Laugh.
Yeah.
Thrash.
But we've got a pretty intense matchup here. The dueling of brothers in Seed 2 with Riley versus Shay. Jake and Connor both new to the game, and we've got James and Case for the final money match.
Money.
The rematch from the last Invitational that was like 6 months ago.
True.
I am hyped up to see who wins this. We got bragging rights on the line and $100. Oh, I forgot about the $100. Now I'm sad.
I wasn't that sad. I don't need $100.
Okay, James has given us a go-ahead to just get it strolling. So we'll start with the Connor versus Jake matchup here. Actually, nobody is streaming.
Notice on the pictures, by the way, the synergy between Riley and Jake's picture, legendary.
It actually
if I do say so myself.
Huge buff there with the gentle cradle.
Yeah, that's why James did 28 damage to my Nexus with one attack.
that was. I'm sorry
because of the cradle.
That was really funny.
It's fine. I don't know what I was supposed to do, but yep.
Hey, it is what it is.
It happened.
It is what it is. Mm-hmm.
It happened to my poor goat lady.
Yep. Okay, so they are rolling. Let me turn off the matchups here and get the secondary spectator up. All right. So, wait, who am I? Okay, right. This is Jake versus Connor. Connor is running the Fiora Shed deck, whereas Jake is running Noxus Ash. So Green Glaive Caretaker on turn 1 is always good, but other than that, Connor has no curve whatsoever. Oh, shoot, I need to change the overlay.
Yes, you do, sir. Ooh, big Fleet Feather Tracker. Would have liked to see it on turn 1, but still good on turn 2.
Right, yeah, it helps. As soon as he drops the Laurent, whatever that guy is, the Challenger unit.
Challenger.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here comes the Trifarian Glory Seeker.
Kinda can attack.
Well, he's gonna opt for the Brittle Stew here to get high value. He knows that Connor doesn't have enough mana to actually...
Oh, to barrier.
Right, to barrier, so he can get that free attack in. He's still got the 5-1.
Kind of poggers.
Here's Shen off the top net. Shen's a good draw, but he would have liked to see a 3-drop and then Shen, so he would have had something to play this turn.
Yeah,
he's gonna
would have liked
to swing it.
Okay. Yeah, I would have liked the Fiora into Shen. Curve is very, very, very nice.
Yep.
Very epic.
Jake doesn't have that great of a curve either.
But Jake's late game is enormous. Double Ash provides protection, or not protection, but like redundancy. Like, as long as he doesn't use the flash freeze, it's still good. And his overwhelming amount of power, I think, will do it. And also the Reckoning card is literally just wipes every card off of Connor's board every time.
That's true, yeah. Except for something like a Bright Steel Protector, but that's a far way away.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jake gets the attack token here. He's going to swing in with Ash. That's going to Frostbite Shen.
Get the free train.
Single combat here is helpful to keep the Shen alive. Of course, you're burning something out of your hand. But Jake has the Frostbite here, the Ash's Flash Freeze to get rid of that. So now Jake full clears the board here.
With plenty of gas to go, Connor barely has anything. Double riposte is not what you want. You want creatures
and a concerted strike off the top. You hate to see it.
Double concerted strike. It's so sad.
Right,
very sad.
And
no creatures on board.
Yeah.
And fucking sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah. I was gonna say that he has no way to really protect this Laurent Chevalier right here, so he can't swing in with it at all.
Yeah.
Right. He has no mana.
I mean, he could try.
Right. He could try.
It would die.
Right. He's gonna try and kill this Ash here, and actually Jake tapped under his Culling Strike, so he gets to kill on the Ash, and he gets the Genevieve in his hand. Genevieve is an alright card, but it's not really doesn't really fit this matchup. Another Glory Seeker comes down. So even if you were to drop Genevieve, it just get killed.
Yeah.
And not only that, but Jake has lethal. So
yeah, just sitting on lethal, plenty of stuff, and he just wins.
Right.
Just like that. Seems good and easy.
Well
Very
played,
fast
Jake.
first match.
Right.
Kept the tempo up. Used the
Mhm.
flash freeze correctly to keep his 5-1 alive, killing and trading correctly.
Right. We're gonna switch here to Jake versus Riley. Oh, excuse me. Jake versus Riley. No, not Jake. Excuse me. Shay versus Riley. Let's see how it's going. Shay's down to 9 health. Riley has no dares to him. He's got a Draven on the board. Oh yeah, there's the Death's Hand. Killing the Twisted Fate. That's a big blow to Shay.
Yeah. One thing that we noticed last match with Shay versus Sky was that Sky was lacking a lot of single target removal for Shay's pesky champions like Ezreal and TF, and let those characters sort of take control of the game. Jake with a lot, or not Jake, Riley with a lot of single target removal and a lot of direct damage, just letting him get in, letting him deal with things before they level up. Very good.
Yep. And Shay is in a really tight spot here. Riley has Decimate in hand as well as Crimson Disciple plus the whatever.
He also just has Cask Sailman Decimate. Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
He can play Cask Salesman, though. Let the ephemerals die.
Yeah. I mean, he's got time here. Right. He's gonna do Imperial Demolitionist. And then next turn he has just Decimate for lethal. Shay has no way to stop it. He could he could miss
Henry,
it. It doesn't do
fix
much.
names.
Yeah.
Names.
Oh yeah. I put on Jake and Connor, right? Okay, so Shay going for the Mystic Shot here. It doesn't really change much other than the fact that 2/3 is going to be dead. Oh, and Ezreal levels.
And he doesn't get the 2 damage off the Glory Bringer.
Well,
no, he does.
Well, he does because he hits him with the he surrounds it there with shot.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I don't think Shay has any way to deal with this Decimate, so he's just gonna drop. Riley's just gonna drop it, and that should be the game. So it seemed like Shay got off to too slow of a start. Well, he's gonna try. He's gonna look.
Yeah, these are some very quick games. I know that James and Case's game is most likely going to go the longest out of the 3, so it'll sort of depend on what happens in these 2 seeded matchups instead.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna continue to watch Riley and Shay for their second game, and then we'll after that we'll move on to James and Case. We want to get the full game in. Shay flashes the sad crying Poro emote, and that'll be the end of that.
Darius acts from the heavens. 3, 2, 1, chop. And
Yep. Okay, so Riley took that one, so I'm going to put boom, badoosh. Okay, so they're gonna shoot back up again as soon as Shay is ready. Actually, I'm not sure if James is if they're giving them.
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay, then we'll switch over to James and Case.
Oh, that's a full grip.
Right, we got some development here. Oh shoot, I'm still on Riley over here. Excuse me. James is not streaming. So I will text him that. But I can describe what's happening. Lee Sin is leveling up right now. James has the initiative. He's got the attack token. Lee Sin is an 8/8 right now. Leveled up 8/8. He has what looks to be at least one Zenith Blade in hand. Case has a Draven that is immune to dying. James playing the Bastion. He's gonna run out of time on his turn though. But Case only has 12 health, so he doesn't need the full 20. But he does have the spell shield. Woof.
Henry, we're good.
Okay, we're good? Alright, I will get that going then. Alright. So you can see it's a... Case is down to 9 here. It's a bit of a neutral board state. I don't know if it's that neutral, actually. I'm not sure how he wins. He's got another Bastion to keep him alive for a little bit longer. But
Yeah, Spell Shield is very important against Lee Sin. It prevents the kick into the Nexus. However, it does not prevent the overwhelm damage that James will be doing. So...
Right, unless Case can heal up his Draven to enough health to withstand the next. James has another Zenith Blade that will, of course, draw another Zenith Blade Daybreak.
As well as double Pale Cascade.
And he can go wide with Tasty, Faithful Oak, and Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, so I think we might see a challenge in... Oh? Oh, wait, he doesn't have a time.
James is opting to pass over the initiative to Case. He might be waiting for him to burn more mana so that he or attack so that he can actually react. But I personally would have liked to see Zenith Blade get dropped. I mean, draws none of them. But James is of course in the finals and I'm not, so.
Uh-oh. So James I think you can silence the Draven. I'm not 100% sure
Right.
with...
Yeah, with well,
interaction.
he could, yeah. And the Draven, I think, would be killable. But Case actually has another survival skills in hand. So
Yeah,
he could,
as well as enough... Like, the Draven's not gonna die, but he can prevent the damage.
Yeah. Hush goes down. Shay's gonna drop
Oh.
probably survival skills. Spinning
Hush
axe.
was insane there. Takes him off of death. So he can survive those skills so the Draven doesn't die.
Right. Deal some damage to Lee Sin as well. Now, well, James has the ability to give it barrier. Case's display is lagging a little bit right now, so we can't really see what he's... Actually, everything's lagging a bit right now. Is the stream still coming through for you, Chris?
Yeah, I think it's smoothing out. We're trying to. Yeah, there we go. We're good.
Oh, I still have Shay and Riley up. Excuse me for that. I'm a poor computer wizard.
So Draven doesn't end up dying, but James wins the board and can always just challenge it in next turn. He has a deny ready for anything too crazy and a second Lee Sin in hand.
Oh, he could actually, do a challenger here and challenge in the Draven. And if he attacks right now before Case gets a chance to play his other units, which it looks like is what he's doing here, I don't believe Case has a way to respond to this. This is probably just going to be GG.
Yep.
Case is going to play out his hand, let James know what he had, but I don't think he has any way to stop it right now.
Just the redundancy and the amount of refill that James's deck has is a lot. I would know. I would have.
Right, yeah, because he went up against it. And then here comes a surrender from Case. Nexus will explode momentarily. I can see it, but James can't yet. Alright, well played. So the teams now are going to have a little bit of time to chat. I'm going to get everything else set up. Oh, I'm going to need to do... did Jake... Wait, Jake won, right? Yeah, he just swung in for lethal. Okay, so this is a decisive first round for the Jumping Jackrabbits. Every single one of them managed to collect a win.
Yeah, definitely the aggro deck is coming in fast and strong, being able to outpace and deal more direct damage than the other team. I think Shay's deck is showing some glaring weaknesses with the lack of protection and like the sort of low health cost minions that Riley can just easily pick apart, and then Connor's poor draw that last match was unfortunate, and Jake just got off to a blistering start with 2 5-1s and just was able to wipe the board and keep it wiped.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good. I think that we're going to be getting started with the second match here. It's going to be Shay and Riley. Tell me uno momento here. And here we go. Riley versus Shay, the brothers grudge match, rematch. And I think Oliver's going to be joining us for the 3-person cast in the final here.
Ooh.
It's going to be pretty hype.
Exciting.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Shay has no champions in hand right now, which is scary. His deck kind of relies upon them.
Yeah.
For the turn 1 pass, Riley has no... He's got no turn 1. But he does have the Broom Crew rookie to be dropped here, and he's got cards on cards to keep that hand full.
Yeah, and even with all of Shay's removal, it doesn't matter, because all of Riley's things, even if they do die, it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Right, because he has more board to replenish.
More board to replenish, and even if his creatures do die, they're still dealing face damage.
Right, yeah, with the Grenadier and the and there's Draven. That's a really good draw. The Grenadier and the use Cast Salesman all get in like that. Is Shay right now contemplating? He could, he could choose to use his Mystic Shot, targeting Brim Crew rookie. I believe that Draven is going to. Chris, is that your background music?
No, it is Oliver.
Oh, here, my bad. Here, I'll mute.
Yeah. All right. So the Iron Ballista comes down instead of Draven. I'm surprised. I guess that he's.
I mean, it baits out some stuff.
Right. Yeah. It
which
could
is
bait out if Shade decides to.
And Draven is really good with the attack token.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like playing it like non-proactively, so I think we'll see it come down as Riley gets the attack token.
Yep, I would drop Draven here before attacking, but oh no, he's not going to drop Draven at all. I think he's going to wait for Shay to cast something with his caskets before he drops Draven, so that he can get it in safely. Otherwise, he's at an extreme amount of threat.
Yeah, and if Shay decides to not use his barrels, he is going to be taking 3 guaranteed damage off the overwhelm with the ballista.
Mm-hmm. So he's just going to rip it on the Mystic Shot before Riley even opts to attack. He's going to do that. Riley has a choice now. He can do his oh, actually this is smart, right? Because he's waiting for the Noxian Fervor if he can, so that he can play Ezreal. Riley taps under Noxian Fervor range to play his Grenader. I think Ezreal's going to get dropped here on the board.
Yeah.
But Riley always has that Noxian Fervor in hand if he plays it before Ezreal levels up.
Yeah, and Riley's just going to get in for so much damage.
Mm-hmm.
Even if his Grenader dies.
Right, yeah, so it's not that much damage, but he gets the free trade on the 1/1, and that 3/1 is still on the board representing a threat. Okay, Static Shock helps. Let's see. So he's going to opt to pick a card, getting rid of Gotcha. I think that's... I'd get rid of Gotcha, not Plaza Guardian. Gotcha represents low value. Well, just played the deck more than I have. And, Riley...
Yeah, I feel like Plaza Guardian is a strong threat later into the game, and maybe would have helped stabilize a little bit more. But 3 damage is still nice to take care of a Draven.
Yeah. I would have considered, if I were Riley, I would have considered dropping Noxian Fervor and Ezreal before it got an attack in, so that there was no... So that this doesn't happen, right? Because next time we can play Static Shock and kill both the 3/1s, which will eliminate a lot of the threat. Of course, Shay has a much smaller hand than Riley does right now, and more power doesn't really do very much. It might as well be a dud card that just makes Gotcha stronger.
Yeah.
So Riley's gonna pass the turn. Shay can't do anything, so he passes back. There's Make It Rain. Make It Rain kind of helps. But I would personally, I'd be Static Shocking in order to for sure kill both the 3/1s.
Yeah, and then just block the 1/3 with Ezreal.
Well, you might block the 1/3. You might consider leaving it so that he can't get Death's Handed. But Riley has the Noxian Fervor here, which will I think he'll cast it on the 3/1 and then kill off Ezreal. That's what I would do. Jay considering his options. Looking to block. So now Riley can save his Noxian Fervor and up to Death's Hand. Or he could Noxian Fervor. It's up to him, really.
Yeah.
I personally think Death's Hand is much better because that card, Noxian Fervor can go face, whereas Death's Hand cannot. But he's going to save 1 health on his Boom Crew rookie here. It is what it is.
Keeps it at a range of Mystic Shot.
Mm-hmm. There's a gotcha. He could play that, but he would lose value. Oh yeah, Zonite Urchin's a good play. And then he has Rummage as well to spend the rest of his mana on. Or Pool Shark. Yeah, Pool Shark probably. Just keep the draws coming, try and get his champions. Okay, Riley drops the Use Cast Salesman. He's got another one in hand. Right now, Riley, what he onlooks is about 5 direct damage to the face. And then beyond that, some more scary minions. Shay, of course, his hand's getting replenished here with all the draw. But he's going to have to withstand this. And with Darius basically around the corner at all times and Decimates, it's going to be a tough one.
Darius can come down after these ephemeral caskets die and instantly evolve.
Right.
Definitely a large threat in the face of Shay's meager 2 defense.
Right, yeah, that overwhelm is going to be crazy. Of course, he does have a little bit of burn with both the gotchas, but it's so much mana. There's Pick a Card, not really what you wanted to see. Fortune Cooker helps a little bit more, because it's a body that can block. Riley draws another Use Cast Salesman, which gives him 2 more direct damage. Now, Shay's going to be going down to 5 over time from this direct damage. I'd personally drop the Croaker. Keep yourself ahead on tempo. Oh, he's gonna swing. Interesting. I guess Riley doesn't have the attack chip, so it doesn't really matter what order you do this kind of stuff in. He's gonna drop 1 gotcha, which is good. At 4 mana, doesn't really accrue as much value as you would hope.
Yeah.
Things not looking too good for the Burgle Boys right now. Horrible Boys, or whatever their names are. Use Cast Salesman comes down. That represents safe blockers and damage.
Yeah. Just keeps Riley's life total high, because if Shay, we've seen in past rounds, Shay just evolve the Ezreal and go crazy.
Right. Start whittling down the enemy.
Yeah.
Death's Hand here is smart, because it prevents Shay from developing another blocker next turn before Riley can swing in with everything.
Yeah.
What can Shay... I mean, what can he do? He's going to be down blockers. He'll block both the 3/2s, go down to something. What does Riley draw? Riley draws a Legion Grenadier. That helps. Riley could consider developing here first, but opts to swing in. That's probably smart.
Yeah, I think the swing to get the 4 at least through, because Shay has to block the 3/2s. So he gets 4, and then you can go cast Salesman to get him to 2, and then pretty much anything else kills.
Yeah, he could actually drop the Spinning Axe straight away, right here on one of the unblocked units. Shay's going to use Gotcha to kill the Boom Crew rookie, so he couldn't do it there, but... And I've just heard that Jake took game 2, which means that he moves up to 2-0 in his series.
Coming out strong.
And with Riley poised to take this game, things are looking bleaker and bleaker for Case's rerun. Oh, he still could have lethaled him with the spinning axe. But I suppose it's not that important because either way, the Legion Grenadier gets there. And Shay has no healing, so unless he kills him quick. So you drop Use Cask and then you drop Grenadier. Shay's gonna rummage here, try and find stuff, but I think it's gonna be about it.
Yeah, Shay doesn't have silences to stop the last breath, and you can't really prevent that 2 damage.
Yeah, he didn't draw Twisted Fate fast at all. If he had him, I mean, obviously Riley had those Death's Hands to
get rid of it.
Right, but, you know, if there's a world where he doesn't draw both Death's Hand, and maybe you get one of these champions off the ground, but unfortunately, it just didn't happen that way.
Shay's
unfortunately
deck,
for Shay, that is.
Yeah, Shay's deck really relies on having Twisted Fate and Ezreal stay alive and be able to accrue a ton of value, level up. And he just didn't have it. He didn't have either champion for like the longest time. Demolitionist is going to do it. 2 to the Nexus.
Yep, Shay's got no way to stop it, so Shay's going to opt to... He clicks it and finishes it off. Riley takes game 2, going up 2-0. I think James is still playing, so we'll check out his view, James versus Case here. If it would load. There we go. And you can see, of course, full hands on both sides. There's just a ton of shit going on. Here.
Yeah, but James looks to be in the more winning position. He's got denies. He's got enough damage to push that Dragon's Rage Tark into the Nexus.
Yeah, just gonna go for the Pale Cascade here.
He could also deny this Whirling Death.
Right, yeah. I'm getting a little bit of lag here. I don't know if that's coming through in the stream, but... Oh.
It's lagging a little bit. It's okay.
Case looking to hush here. But... It's tough to get your bearings with this kind of game when you don't see it through from the start. It just comes out of nowhere, you know.
Yeah, I think if the hush comes through, I think James is going to deny it.
Hush is burst, so...
Yeah, he can.
I think he might deny Spinning Blades.
And maybe hush the Tarek. Oh, he can't.
Oh, wow.
James is in a pickle.
Well, he could hush the Tarek anyway, and then the Spinning Blades wouldn't do that much, right? Dragon's Kick is already activated. What is Tarek? Does Tarek have 5 health?
I think he has a lot, yeah.
Yeah, 5. So that means that these champions will...
James could buff. James could Pale Cascade.
Yeah, I think that's what he's going to want to do. Case has Might in hand. But I think, yeah, with Pale Cascade it won't matter, right? Because it'll just get bounced. Okay. I wonder what James was thinking about here. Maybe he's thinking about what those last 2 cards are. Oh wow, he lets it go through. I think Palace Cascade might have just won him the game, if I'm being honest. But he lets it go through. What does he have? Does he have another? Maybe he has another Lee Sin in hand, so that's why it doesn't really matter. I mean, but you would killing Tarek there would have been really helpful.
Definitely. But as you said, second Lee Sin, fully level.
Right, and another Zenith Blade to give him Overwhelm.
Yeah, that's the main point of this deck. Lee Sin with above 10 attack with Overwhelm, attacking into something with less than 10 health will kill.
Oh, but look at this. Case has the attack token.
And Overwhelm on this Tark with James not having very many like defensive on his board means
Yeah, I mean
he's
he's
in some
gonna
trouble.
take 10 damage here if he lets it all go through. And then I think he's gonna try and find some way to kill Case in the clapback.
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Mhm.
With this leveled Lee Sin in hand.
Right, he's gonna get 2 gems from the mountain goats here.
Yeah, I think James can maybe wrap this up if he pulls out the 1/1 Star Shaper.
Yeah. So Case has that stargazing in order to heal himself up. Let's see, guys. I'm okay. So I'm gonna give the go ahead. To continue playing here, so they will start their other matches, and then we'll get word from that. I think we're gonna watch James and Case's next match, so that we can see a full match of theirs.
Yeah. Star Shaping. We'll see what this invoke is. James still has pretty much a full hand. Case obviously cannot play what comes off of Star Shaping because it is it only 7+?
Yeah, it's only 7+ on Star Shaping. He gets an Overwhelm unit, which will help him get his goal. Tarek comes down.
Star Shaping.
Oh shit, that's loud. Tarek comes
James
down.
hits the 3rd Lee Sin.
Yeah, you don't really want to see that though.
Yeah, well, I think he's gonna hit. He's gonna hit 10
Yep.
because this turns into a +2.
He's got one more gem too, but he's not even gonna opt to play it. He's gonna pull in. He's probably gonna pull in the 1/1. I don't think Case has any way to stop this right now. Oh no, he pulls in. Wait, pull in Tarek. But if Case can buff Tarek, then it won't get recalled.
Ooh.
Oh, but that last gem will do it, won't it? Because Case can only give a +3/+3. Case presses OK. James wins.
Yeah.
Woof.
Just being able to do 20 damage.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Well played, James. With that, every single member of the Jumping Jackrabbits go up 2-0 on their opponents. Wow, really decisive off the bat victories coming out from the Jumping Jackrabbits. Let's see if they can finish it out. They only need 2 of their 3 members to win the games here. Finish it out. Let's see if they can do it. Jake, of course.
Highly likely. Everybody's been doing very well, been playing well, been drawing well. James, even in the face of adversity, in the face of unkillable units, been able to find ways to win with tricky Lee Sin things.
Yeah, very, very true. Yeah, just judging by the matches we've seen so far, it's looking to be just a quick, easy, don't even break a sweat kind of victory. All the matchups seem very favored in terms of the Jumping Jackrabbits.
Yeah.
Okay, so Case does have his Draven on turn 3. He has another way to get it with Draven's biggest fan.
Yeah. You sort of don't want to see Draven's biggest fan early.
Yeah, if you already have Draven in hand. But if James has a way to kill the Draven, then it's good. What were we going to say? Sorry.
Well, James can just drop Zed here with quick attack.
He opts to do Mentor of the Stones instead. Very interesting play. You have to wonder why you're even running Zed in the deck if you're not going to drop it on turn 3. But
I know why you run Zed in the deck, being attacked by a 15/15 fucking quick attack overwhelm.
No, you're right. It happened to you then?
Yes, first game.
Well, I do think that Zed play would have been optimal. And then you could have...
Yeah, if he wasn't going to attack. Because I think attacking there is maybe correct. Because even if your guy dies, you get gems.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe you want the creatures to block better.
Or maybe he's correctly sniffing out that Case has a couple copies of Whirling Death in hand and doesn't just want to throw away his unit.
Yeah, well, the second Zed says that James is allowed to.
Right, true. So at this point, James can throw in Mentor of the Stones, attacking with Zed here.
Make it a 5/4 attacking with an ephemeral.
And he can give it that Bastion for Spell Shield +1.
Yeah. And then the Noblify as well, in case something goes awry.
Wow, this could be a really fast finisher here. Case might not even get... I mean, Case has 8 spell mana, don't get me wrong. But see what he can do.
Yeah, he's going to need creatures to block both the ephemeral Zed and the quick attacking Zed. And Case is not going to be able to kill either one with current power Draven.
Right, yeah. Well, let's see. He does have some cards in hand that can buff. I don't believe he has... Yeah, oh, he does have 2 of those.
He doesn't have like defensive buffing ones, so he really can't block the 6/5s.
Right, no, he does. But the cards on the outside of his hands both give +3/+2 for the round. I think he's trying to go for the Whirling Death here. And he actually has 2 Whirling Deaths, so even though James has 1 copy of Nopeify...
Yeah, but the spell shield on Zed. Ooh.
I think James should definitely go with the Nopeify here.
Yeah, I think if James just Nopifies, Case is almost assuredly much... He's just on the back foot so much.
So Case is going to opt to use his second Whirling Death. Right, and he has to attack the Ephemeral one because Zed proper has Spell Shield.
Yeah, and would level up if he wasn't trying to kill the Ephemeral.
So Case is putting a lot of work into killing that. Of course, Case's Draven levels up here. So it's a bit of a trade. Great.
Yeah, well,
animation.
Without the unkillable spell and without a permanent buff attachment, Draven feels sort of lackluster in the face of a Zed.
Right, that is fair. Now he can push through a lot of damage with his Draven because of his multitude of buffing cards in hand here.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of lag, but hopefully cleared up soon. Okay, looks like Draven gets through. James opts to not block it at all. James has full spell mana here. He's going to drop Lee Sin so that it doesn't burn through 5 mana. And Case has no way to kill that. He's going to go on ahead and spend his mana proactively healing his Nexus and generating a big card in hand. He's looking at the Great Beyond, Supernova, and the Immortal Fire right now.
Supernova is going to feel good against Lee Sin. Hopefully James can't draw either a Dispel or a what is it? Is it Dismiss? Dispel? Something.
Deny.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Supernova is that it would require Case not only to get through Spell Shield with a slow spell, which is tough, but also to have another Celestial unit in hand. He draws the Tarek, that really helps.
Yeah. Draws a Tarek and has the Immortal Phoenix. Immortal Phoenix is strong, but James is playing on Burst.
Right, and he's looking for lethal right here.
Yeah, and we'll be able to hit lethal. He'll challenge in the Zed clone as well as the real Zed should be able to finish this off.
In Case has Hush here, I think he'll be able to silence the ephemeral Zed, and then he will be left alive with 2 health. Although...
James could respond with Pale Cascade.
Oh yeah, and then he's got no way to deal with that. But James might opt for safety. Oh no, but looks like he's just going for the Blitz out. And Case hits surrender. James with the 3-0 victory. An absolute brutalization.
Yeah, that's the Zed's power is being able to go very quickly and being hard to answer. James's deck was very hard to answer all tournament with tons of protection, tons of inherent defensive capabilities, as well as running 5 counter spells or 4, 5, something. 4 or 5
yeah,
counter
yeah,
spells.
4 or 5 or 6, however many he has.
He
Okay,
has
so
he has 5 counter spells in 2 Nipple Fight, 3 Deny, plenty of spell shield, plenty of barrier.
let's check out Jake and Connor, see what they're up to. Oh, looks like Connor's got a big board and he's considering full swinging here. Or excuse me, Jake does. And I need to change the nameplates.
Fiora cannot block. And I think, how much damage is this? 15. He wins if not blocked correctly.
Yeah, but it looks like Jake or Connor realizes this. But if we look at the hands, oh well, Brightsteel formation helps. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Fiora still hasn't killed any units. He can rally, but it's just tough. Oh yeah,
A rally might do it. However, a crystal arrow to the Fiora will stop most of it.
Right.
And
he goes for the assessor instead. Drawing. Oh, he's got a burst speed frostbite card, so that helps.
Yeah, burst speed frostbite is gonna stop any rally shenanigans, unfortunately for Connor, and it's gonna be very hard for him to pull away from this.
Yep. And except for a drastic misplay by Jake's part, he's gonna take it.
Yeah.
And if Jake wins here, then that's it. James's team, the Jumping Jackrabbits, have successfully clinched the tournament. Jake flashes a well played. I think he understands what's happening. Crystal Arrow goes down. Using the Frostbite Fiora. It's flashy, but at the end of the day, he could just full swing and win.
Yeah.
He goes for the Great Steel Formation instead. That's a better one because it's gonna... oh, it gets denied. Well, that was actually pretty suboptimal considering the deny because now Connor gets to develop one more minion, but there's no way for him to survive this attack. Jake just full swings. Only one has to get through.
Yeah.
And it will.
Yeah.
And that signals the finale of the tournament with Jake clinching it for the team. The Goons coming through. Let's just to see how Shay's match is going versus Riley here. Let's go Jumping Jackrabbits. Mm-hmm. Yep, so these guys are probably going to finish out their match, and I don't know, James will be up here to deliver James and Kiss will be up here to deliver the final words, but we'll see if we're going to spectate this one out. Mr. Fate comes down, dropping the gold card, preventing an attack. It's pretty beneficial considering Riley is the attack token. He's going to swing in with Draven here. Shay offers the Broker as a tribute to save his health 3. Save his Nexus 3 health. James?
Yeah.
James is here. How do you feel about your victory?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think everyone played this last match pretty well. Considering we had 3-0 and now 2-1, but almost 3-0. I'm really
2-1? Did Shay take a game?
Yeah, Shay got a game.
Okay, let me update.
But yeah, I think that my deck kind of did what it wanted to do. Feels good to finally be a champion of one of these. I really wanted to win the first time around.
Guy always draws his fucking every time.
Case sit. Sit here, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Your Goons came in the clutch once, but they couldn't carry you through James.
Yeah, I just gotta say MVP Jake for clenching it out against
Dude, Jake had some dominating performances.
Yeah, I feel like as he's been playing more of that deck, he's just gotten cleaner and cleaner about how to play it and just swinging in with like 5 health and 6 or 5 attack and 6 attack minions going into those mid range turns. Pretty sick.
And here we see, looks like Shay has no way to save his TF. So, Riley's going to be going up to a pretty big advantage here. He's got Farron, which can be dropped in the end game, and he's got a dominating spot on border right now. Shay, of course, he's got more powder. He's got a couple Mystic shots in hand, which can help him clean up a little bit, but we'll have to see. Feels a bit pointless to commentate this after we know who won, but we'll let it ride.
Chris still on air.
Chris is still on air, yeah.
Yes, hello.
Yeah. Juicy make it rain. Who's got the juicer here? Just what's the verdict? Do we let them play it out?
If they want to. It's up to them.
Do we stream it?
Yeah, if they want to. I mean, or if you guys want to just call it now, then we can, or we can let them know after this game is done. We can at least let them play out this game. And
here, you know what? I'll let winner take these headphones. I'm gonna go get some water.
Okay, so
you guys discuss your the end of your friendship.
in case.
What
Yeah.
friendship?
Right, what friendship? Well,
Okay. Me with the 2 people who I beat. Feels good.
This guy's smile is so big. What a dickhead.
Little bit of a joke.
A little bit of a joke, yeah. Dude, I'm feeling good.
Great, dude.
Yeah, so
Glad
proud,
you're trying to win a deck
James.
that was fun.
My deck
Oops.
was fun.
Oops, my bad.
Zed, Lee Sin is not meta. Not anymore. Zoe Lee Sin is now meta. So.
Yeah, but the part of that deck that's meta isn't the Zoe.
Well, I mean, kind of. Oh, the death.
1 damage response.
Yeah, well, it stops the 2 damage going into his Nexus, which is good. And with 2 Mystic shots, he's gonna kind of be struggling against this Darius and Farron coming up.
Yeah.
But he has the means of drawing into more answers. I'm surprised he didn't use his 3-mana draw spell. But I guess he doesn't against the small deck. You're not really fishing for answers to big minions usually. So.
Yeah, Shay really has no way to deal with a Farron or a Darius, and I feel like they're going to be played back to back right now.
Yeah, I agree. Seems as though this one is going to go in Riley's favor. Precious Pet dropped, still has mana for Darius. More powder could help. It makes his Mystic Shots deal 4, and I mean with Ezreal out, he's going to be able to generate a lot of face damage really fast, especially with the 2/2 elusive to go with it.
Yeah.
Riley letting a attack before dropping the Darius.
James, I've got breaking news here.
Okay.
People are saying you fixed the bracket so that you wouldn't have to face my team. What are your thoughts on that?
So the thing is, you were there when we did the random team generator. and
Yeah,
you
but
saw-
was it streamed? Was it on record?
They're saying that Shay's matchup was heavily in favor in Shay, and that Ben's matchup was almost unwinnable for our team. What do you have to respond to that?
Who's saying that?
I've got it right here on the ticker tape.
Okay. I don't. Well, again, the teams were chosen by random, and you were there to witness them being chosen randomly.
I have no comment on that.
Further comment.
But I would say that even if you were not against Case right away, then you probably still would have had to beat his team later on in the tournament.
So you're calling
Or you
me
could
the
have.
worst player in the world ever?
This doesn't change the fact that you rigged it for your team. That's okay.
But you were there. You were there for.
But was he? But was he?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Ooh, Shay is going to triple. Oh, does he just have lethal
Yeah,
here?
he goes face.
With triple Mystic Shot to face. Wow, Shay.
I taught him.
You taught him this?
He taught him this one.
Because
the
These are
Ezreal.
barrels.
Fucking Ezreal, dude.
Wow, he's blocking with it. How BM?
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Can I move up my computer?
Yeah, go ahead. We're not using it anymore down there, so I mean we're gonna need it for Clash as well.
Yeah. That's...
Case, you want to go on a cookout run pre-Clash after we're done commentating here?
Sure. I would need to walk back and get my car, but yeah.
What's that, Henry?
Doesn't Clash start like right away?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
the lock-in closes at 10, so I want to eat anyways. Beforehand.
Case taught him this one: 4 damage, 2 damage. Oh wait, is it 1 on the Ezreal?
How does Ezreal's passive work? Because sometimes I see it deal 2, sometimes I see it deal 1.
I think it.
Look into that.
Yeah, let's look.
Looks like they're playing out of game 3.
Well, do they know? Do they know that somebody won?
I think so. Here, I'll send in the text now.
Getting kind of trolled here. Cuter.
Looks like they're just going for it, so I'll stick around. Commentate. They're playing for pride. This is a brothers feud right now.
Oh, Nexus. Okay. Here's the level up Ezreal text. Nexus Strike. Create a fleeting mystic shot in hand. When you cast a spell, deal 1 to the Nexus. If it targeted an enemy, deal 2. So if it targets the Nexus, it only deals 1, but if it targets a creature, it'll do.
Okay. That makes sense. Considering the theming around. Shay with a Make It Rain to deny the 2-1 from hitting face, or he could just play the Fortune Croaker as a 2-3 to block the 3-2. Keeping in mind that he still would have the Make It Rain in hand to cast later, or if he blocks the 3-2, then he can also just use the Thermogenic Beam on the 2-1 later on in this turn.
Oh.
Cleaning the board, and it looks like there's some conspiracy going on here.
I mean, this one was kind of a 3-day.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, most of the time. What are you guys talking about over there? You can say it in front of... I mean, this is very chill commentating right now.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we were just discussing that possibly next time we put money on a Runeterra tournament, maybe it should be a 3-deck format for each player, just to kind of balance out the matchups a little bit, make it a bit more fair. Because as it stands right now, you know, whatever player, if Seed 3 wins the matchup against the other Seed 3, that's just how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that in a lot of these matchups, it's not necessary. Like, I don't think that they're... Aside from... I felt like Henry had, like, really solid matchup against the field, but I felt like it was pretty even. One thing that we can do is a 10-card sideboard. So you play game 1 with your vanilla decks, and then in games 2 and games 3, games 4, games 5, if we do best of 5s, then you are allowed to sideboard, which can make your deck more suitable against other decks, right? If you bring a sideboard. I think that's what I want to do for the summer, because for summer I think that we're going to go back to solo, if you know we can get enough people wanting to do it again. But we would go back to solo, and then we would do sideboarding instead of making people grind for 3 decks, because that was definitely something that was one of the less popular things about the first one. So
Yeah, I think 3 decks spreads you a little too thin. Lets you have to become a master of all, and like you can't. It's hard to play at your best when you're forced to play 3.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the emphasis is more on grinding rather than like perfecting a certain deck, right? More of whoever plays the most Runeterra, so that they have the most wild cards, is going to be the best, versus who plays the best Runeterra with a certain deck, right?
Yeah.
At least that's my thoughts on the matter. Shay getting in for 2. Riley has the Death's Hand, which I feel like he should just fire off right now, or he can just proactively play the Draven, play the Precious Pet, and then next turn just swing out and pretty much just zonk Shay. I mean, he doesn't have a great response here.
I know you did not just say zonk on air.
Dude, I'm zonked as fuck. I was up till 5 working on broadcast stuff, and then I basically just woke up today and worked on broadcast stuff again.
And he still clutched it.
Mongo leveled TF.
The level TF is pretty huge. I'm surprised that
Case maybe one of your goons will be able to.
I think that
I'm looking at the board.
the Death's Hand would have been good, but yeah, this is going to be hard for Shay to stabilize here.
He
Yeah, I
has Make It Rain,
Yeah,
which is a big hit.
But if it hits the 2/2 here, then it's just gonna do one more to his Nexus, and
Yeah, but it's a net positive because it clears the spiders off.
depending on what it hits,
Yeah.
right? It could just miss. Oh yeah, actually because of the red card as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't even paying attention to that. So he basically just gets a full, unless, yeah, it misses the 2/2 unfortunately, but. What we got going on?
Blocking? Yeah.
You think so?
I think so.
I think that he just wanted to make sure that he didn't die. Because, I mean...
Riley also has Farron finish.
Yeah, he's got Farron. He has another Noxian Demolitionist. Like, if he didn't block here, then the Noxian Demolitionist could have just finished the job off. Because he'd be at 2. So I don't hate the block.
I'm pretty sure that's not a card.
What's
Legion Demolition?
Legion Demolitionist, my bad. Maybe.
Idiot.
Sorry.
This guy plays this game.
I've played a bunch of the
not
Demolitionists
qualified to
for-
run a tournament.
He wasn't even thinking about TF red card just then.
I honestly think everyone's money should get refunded.
Yeah, I
Refunded.
agree.
Based on our
Yeah.
TO.
Refund
Based
the
on the fact that he
$100.
fixed the bracket.
Refund us
Didn't fix the bracket,
$100.
Henry was there.
Based on the fact that he coached Riley so that she would win that game against Emma, so that I had to face Lee instead of Tom Raka.
True.
Wait, that's not cheating. Though.
Yeah,
That's
that also isn't cheating. Yeah, I cheated for
No,
my
no,
test by memorizing all the
Coach-
information
coached her
beforehand.
during the game. Coached her
during
the
the
game.
game. Gotcha. Yeah, he was tuning
Gotcha.
into the stream, which is how he heard me.
Which is why he didn't do exactly what you said.
Yeah, which is why he did.
Which is why he missed lethal.
Missed lethally. Right.
He was trying to make it seem like
Right.
he knew he had lethal anyway.
Gotcha.
That's real.
The Borble, dude. Watch this. He's gonna rummage into the Borble.
Oh shit, Borble.
Say that shit to me.
Dude, that's his fucking name. That's his team namesake, dude.
You know that's
Big
offensive.
He's gonna
Borble.
rummage the powder and the pool shark, and he's gonna get the Borble.
He's not gonna get the fuck.
Oh, it's over.
Well, no.
Oh, he's
alive
do you
at
mean?
He's at
1. He's
1.
alive at 1.
Oh, I thought the pink
Crimson-
Crimson did too.
Crimson
Although
does
he
one
can
now.
no longer
they
play
changed
play any spells because then his Twist of Fate kills him.
Oh, 'cause-
With the red card.
Oh,
'cause
that's
his Nexus
comedy.
is alive at 1.
That is comedy.
oh, any misplays?
You can only swing with TF because anything else will kill him. Israel, I guess.
So it looks like he's not gonna get that.
Well, he
Borble
can
off
play the
after all.
Borble anyway. Oh no, he only
Yeah,
I see,
he
I
only
see, I
got
see.
spell mana. Okay, Ezreal, he can't cast the Mystic Shot though, unfortunately.
All right, now Riley's gonna fuck up here, and he's gonna block with the Crimson Disciple.
You think so?
That's probably what's gonna happen.
Watch this.
I think he's okay.
Cases
Then he
furiously
plays Farron and
fixing.
wins next turn.
Oh,
Would you shut up?
I like the.
wait,
I like the
no,
block right now.
Farron is.
Oh, you got him on stream right now? You talking to him right now?
Yeah, I like that block.
This is it from the
Okay,
ticket
well,
tape.
Wait, he just
unfortunate. No, he did kill himself. there.
That is tough. That is tough.
he needed to sequence it properly.
With the 3-0, dude, the jumping jackrabbits. That's our team name. We won. Woo!
Is it?
I
Is
won
it
the
your team name?
tournament. The jumping jackrabbits wins. All right, let me turn.
Time to play Clash. Stick around.
Yeah, we are actually gonna do Clash. So if anyone's watching, you could stay tuned and we could watch.
Oh, ridiculous. Say I won. Nah, man.
When my team did win. I also won. I went 6-0 on the day. But the team did win overall.
Yeah,
I
because
wonder
his
why I
deck
went
is
6-0.
too good.
I wonder why.
That's crazy that he just net decked.
Yeah.
That he
I did in that
He
day.
didn't net deck.
that
That's
he
not a
net
net
decked
deck.
a tier 1 deck.
That's not a net deck.
Straight off of Mobilytics.
Zoe's the
Bro,
tier
don't
1
even,
deck.
dude. Thank you. Henry knows what
But
it
it's
is.
not tier 1 because of the Zoe. It's tier 1 because of the Lily.
Bro, why weren't you running a tier 1 deck? There's money on the line.
Well, because all of the decks that I wanted to win were in regions with cards that my teammates.
Ah, understandable.
So I played a deck that I thought I would have fun with, but you prevented that.
I think mine's not like tier 1 or
No, not
nothing.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, Henry brought a deck that was really suited to the.
I would have owned your ass.
Yeah,
I
I
would
believe
have had
it.
your ass for breakfast.
We can have a celebratory best of 5 later, Henry. If you
Not
want.
right now, though. Not right now.
No, not right now. No, definitely not right now.
All right, well, we're signing off.
Yeah, we're signing off. Thank you anyone who stayed in and watched the stream or came in throughout the day or watching this as a VOD. Really appreciate it. A one-day tournament. It was fun. But stay tuned for the future because I think that the Invitational isn't dead quite yet. It might be dead after next time, especially if I win. I think that I think interest is definitely going to take a note.
Dude. Don't give yourself too much credit.
No, I'm just saying if I win the next time.
Yeah, we have to. Oliver's going to be our first seed.
Yeah, but anyways, thank you all for watching. It's been a blast putting this on and playing, and hope to see you later on in the night when we're doing Clash and sometime next summer. For now, though, goodbye.